Real Mission, A Time of Awareness by Randolph Winters. As the contacts continued from Semjase of the Pleiades, and as Billy Meier's pictures were shown in magazines and newspapers around the world, people everywhere became interested in this Swiss farmer who is in touch with the star people. His contacts continued for almost 3 years and produced hundreds of beautiful pictures, metal samples, biological samples, crystals, and stones from other planets. He was even allowed to take over 30 minutes of movie film of the beam ships in flight, which were converted to videotape for the world to see. Here at last was the kind of proof of extraterrestrial contact that people were looking for. After exactly 115 meetings, the Pleiadians did finally end their contacts with Billy on Thursday, October 19th, 1978, which happens to be, on the Mayan calendar, Kin 1, Tone 1, and the first glyph. The first day of the 260-day Tzolk'in, called Initiating Sunrise, which happens to be the first day of harmonic convergence almost 10 years later. Even though the contacts had ended for Billy, the wave of excitement and intrigue was spreading around the world. During the final months of the contacts, an investigative team from America, led by Colonel Wendell Stevens, began to publish the results of their findings in a wonderful and informative book called UFO, Contact from the Pleiades, an Investigative Report, written by Colonel Stevens. He summarized over 10 months of intensive investigative work that included analysis of landing tracks and photos, testimony of witnesses, detailed study of each contact sighting where Billy had taken his photos, and hundreds of hours of conversation covering the information about these beings from the Pleiades. It was a significant piece of work that captured the excitement and enthusiasm that surrounded Earth's most important contact with human life from another world in modern times. Other members of the investigative team, Lee and Britt Elders, combined their investigative findings with the beautiful clear pictures taken by Billy and created an informative and stimulating photojournal called UFO, Contact from the Pleiades. This very professional book stirred the emotions and provided deep insights into the thinking of these off-world visitors. I purchased those books and began to study them with great interest. The investigative report by Wendell Stevens was fascinating and captured my attention for weeks, but I was strangely drawn to the photos of the Pleiadian beam ships in the photojournal because I couldn't stop staring at them. This book is important, I said to myself. I just knew it. As I slowly turned the pages, I became more and more certain that this book held some important truths about life from another world. I became obsessed with the books, frankly, and for days I could think of nothing else. The implications were very serious indeed. Here at last could be proof of the existence of life on other worlds. And if this was true, then just think of what we could learn. I had read every word in the book several times, especially the part that said Meier had the opportunity to have physical contact with these visitors. They had taken him with them in their ships on many occasions for the specific purpose of educating him on a variety of subjects about life, the universe, religion, history, and science. The Pleiadians even allowed him to ask questions put together by himself and a group of his friends from the Figu, who also seemed to be involved in the contacts. The book answered some of my questions, but didn't go into very much detail. I was hungry for more and found myself calling directory assistants in Arizona to find the publisher, to find the printer, to find someone. I had to know more. There was a ring of truth in this book that touched something deep inside me. I was sure that someone out there was making an effort to get in touch with us humans. It took just a few calls to reach the elders, who were located in a small town in Arizona. They had just returned from several months in Switzerland investigating this case. They were very helpful and answered a lot of my questions, offering some new insights into the experiences of Billy Meier that were not in their book. My phone bill was pretty high for a while because I kept calling and asking more questions. It turned out that Billy had more than 115 meetings with these visitors from the Pleiades. He had compiled several books out of thousands of pages of notes taken during his many meetings with them. He was publishing his notes in a set of books called The Contact Notes, but the problem was that the books were all written in German and no English translation had even been started at that time, so I was cut off from the information. The investigators told me they had put Billy's photos through many different kinds of analysis and could find no evidence of a hoax of any kind. They had investigated other witnesses who had seen the ships, some of whom had also taken photos of the ships. They even had been to the sites where the photos were taken and reconstructed the photo scene for computer comparison. Small models of the beam ships were made and taken to the original contact sites where Billy took pictures with the same camera for comparison with his own photos. The shots of the models were then analyzed by computer and photographic experts who were able to detect the models in every case. Billy Meier was indeed taking pictures of some unknown type of craft that appeared to be from another world. Billy had given the elders metal samples for analysis that he had received from the Pleadians, which was representative of the type of material that their ships were made of. These metal samples had been turned over to a scientist at IBM named Marcel Vogel, who proclaimed he could identify most of the ingredients of the metal, but not the manufacturing process. The metal samples were beyond our technology at the moment, and clearly not of this earth, because the metal would have had to have been made in some sort of vacuum or zero-G process. It seems the investigators were almost losing their own objectivity. They were having trouble finding any reason to doubt Billy's claims, and that blew their minds. He truly seemed to be having contacts with human visitors from another world. I kept my UFO Contact from the Pleiades photojournal out on the coffee table for all my guests to see. The book's cover was a beautiful shot of one of the flying beam ships just hovering over a grassy hill with some logs nearby. The shot was so captivating that anyone seeing it couldn't resist opening the book and asking a few questions. I just had to talk about this with other people. I soon discovered that many people had the same kinds of questions about life that I had, and maybe here within the pages of this book some of the questions could be answered. But one book was not enough. I wanted to talk to Billy, read his notes, and learn more. I had already traveled through China, most of Eastern Europe, most of Egypt, and even Japan, and had made 3 trips to the Vatican City, putting together pieces of our humanity by that point. My quest had led me down a lot of trails that always came to the same conclusion. We just don't know very much about life and how we fit into the workings of the universe. There was a different theory everywhere you went, all of them based on some truth, but usually summarized with a lot of guesswork that brought me no closer to the answers I was looking for. We were still confined to this planet with nothing but our own past experiences to guide us, and a whole bunch of lies. History had left us on our own to create several thousand years of beliefs, religions, and cults, which always seemed to lead to war and bloodshed rather than enlightenment and peace. I really had to learn more about this. It was time to go to Switzerland. Time to visit the Semjase Silver Star Center and meet Billy. I finally made arrangements to visit Billy at his home in Switzerland. His letters said it would be okay for me to stay for the summer and learn all I could. His contacts had stopped by then and the crowds had died down, so it was a really good time to go. I had written to him and explained how I was very interested in the information from his contact notes that he had published in German, which I couldn't read, and would like to continue my education about his experiences. I had learned enough to frequently give public speeches and lectures about what little I knew about his experiences. But more importantly, I needed to know more for myself. My need to personally grow and understand myself better was driving me to Switzerland and to the home of Billy Meier. Since I owned my own business, I put all my work on hold, packed my bags, and made arrangements to leave for Switzerland and the little rural area called Schmiedruti. This was very exciting, and I felt sure that this was going to be the real time of enlightenment for me. Actually, I really had no idea of the immense amount of information that was waiting there. The summer turned out to be a life-changing experience. The history of man. During my stay at the Semjase Silver Star Center, my home was a small van parked behind the house, with just enough room for myself and a very poor translation of Billy's contact notes in English. Someone had tried to translate them from German, but whoever did it did not speak English very well. The translation was word for word, as if someone had simply used a dictionary to look up all of the words without regard for grammar or sentence structure. This made the contact notes very hard to read, so I spent a lot of time trying to figure out what they said. The little van I was staying in was only a short walk from the main house and afforded me a little privacy, so I had a place to contemplate all that I was learning. I spent several hours each day going over the contact notes and then spent some time working around the farm and helping out since there was always some work to do. My nights were normally filled with occupying some FIGU members' times with lots of questions or reading and thinking. Usually in the afternoons I would spend some time with Billy if he was up to it. He had a couch on the front porch where he liked to sit and enjoy the beautiful scenery that surrounded him. Just in front of the house he had built a small aviary that contained a few birds that would hop from branch to branch, chirping continuously as if they were busy doing something. It was kind of hypnotic and tranquil to watch them playfully fly around the cage. Often I would sit there with him, feeling the serenity of nature and soaking up the warm summer of Switzerland. I was learning a great deal from Billy and the other FIGU members who lived at the center. In the contact notes, I was trying to figure out the chronology of Earth's history. In the hopes that Billy had a more cohesive understanding of all the data, I asked him to fill in some blanks for me, and I finally got a better picture of what had happened here on Earth during the past several 100,000 years. The history of man. One of man's greatest mysteries is his origin. Where do we come from, and why are we here on Earth? The history of our current civilization has been recorded fairly well, so we have a pretty good idea of what has happened in the past 6,000 years or so, at least as far as major events such as wars and religious occurrences. But if you wanted to get into a discussion about any possible life existing here before that time, you would be hard-pressed to find any tangible materials to back up your argument. In order to put together the pieces of our past, we have the writings of the Bible, which are widely accepted by many. We also have the Sanskrit scrolls, a collection of writings that date back to around 1200 BC and contain the religious wisdom of the East. We also have the highly regarded Mayan calendar, a prophetic work that has accurately portrayed the future of man from 2,000 years ago up to a time in the future of around the year 2050. And of course, there are the Dead Sea Scrolls, a collection of ancient manuscripts discovered in 1947 in a series of caves on the west bank of the Dead Sea in the area of Jordan. These scrolls are the biblical religious texts written in Hebrew and Aramaic around 200 BC. The Pleadians regard the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Mayan calendar, and the ancient Sanskrit scrolls as the most accurate representation of our recent past because they have not been changed or altered over the centuries. They say the Bible has been tampered with on too many occasions by power and religious groups that you can call the Darktilians and is not accurate. All of these great historical documents give us small glimpses into our immediate history, but none of them can give us much of a clue about any previous civilizations that may have existed here during the past millions of years. It is generally considered that our civilization is about 6,000 to 8,100 years old, depending on who you talk to. Pleadians tell us that the Earth is several billion years old and the universe is trillions of years old. Certainly enough time for many civilizations to have come and gone. Of course, you will get many disagreements from scientists about how old, how big, or how long anything is because we simply do not have the technology to understand it all. Most of history is compiled from old records or some form of scientific dating scheme, like carbon dating. But how could we tell if beings from other worlds had ever set foot here and had an effect on our development? Since the Earth has been able to support human life for at least 1 billion years, it's quite possible that there could have been many different civilizations that have come and gone. If the planet had changed orbit, rolled over on its axis, or met with natural disasters of various types, then any traces of these past societies may be under the ocean or buried miles under the ground. It is interesting that every now and then someone comes up with some unexplainable object or event, like a glass bottle buried in a tomb in Mexico that's over 10,000 years old, or a mechanical device found in the ocean that was obviously made by some form of intelligence, but is unrecognizable. How about the report from an American university that summarized that Earth must have been hit by a major asteroid or meteorite of some type around 10,000 years ago, with a force sufficient enough to change the planet's axis, flood all of northern Africa, including Egypt, and ruin the atmosphere for years. Those were the conclusions of a team of scientists from studies of debris found in the floor of the Mediterranean Ocean. The Pleiadians are a very old race with information about many different civilizations going back 22 million years. Since our forefathers are also their forefathers, they have on file every language that has ever been spoken on Earth, as well as information of the history of man. Now that the knowledge of the Pleiadians is available to us, we can walk through our past and for the first time learn the fascinating truth about the development of humanity on Earth. 22 million BC, ancient Lyra. To begin with, in the constellation of Lyra, we find the origin of humanity dating back as far as Pleiadian history extends. Here on these ancient planets are the ancestors of the oldest known form of human life in the galaxy. 22 million years ago, ancient Lyran travelers first came to our solar system and built a colony. Since these were among the first attempts at space travel for them, it took a long time to reach the Earth. When they arrived, they recorded the existence of very primitive human beings were already here. They found that the Earth was a planet where human life had naturally developed over the course of evolution. But it was then in a very primitive state, naturally. The Earth humanoids were a brown-skinned race who barely possessed any powers of reasoning or intellect, and were of no concern to the celestial visitors. Over the course of the next few thousand years, many expeditions were made to Earth, resulting in a variety of colonies being formed for short periods of time. The ancient Lyrans were what we would call titans, standing 20 to 30 feet tall, from a planet much greater in size than ours. They were white-skinned, with blonde hair, often had blue eyes, and a lifespan of around 2,000 years. They were a warlike race that had not only developed technically, but were quite advanced in the use of spiritual energy too. They moved their warlike forces around the galaxy and used their great power to take control of many thousands of lesser developed races on other planets. Over the years, the Lyran bloodline was mixed with many civilizations on those planets, creating many different colors and races which spread throughout the Milky Way galaxy. Just as their race was at its highest peak of advancement, a huge, destructive comet that became known as the Destroyer Comet found its way into the Lyran family of planets, and 2/3 of their race were killed in an instant. Along with the destruction, their technology was wiped out, and they were unable to continue to exercise control over the great empire they had built. The great Lyran Empire had degenerated back to one planet with no technology whatsoever. They were barely able to survive and were faced with the task of rebuilding a civilization which once dominated thousands of other planets. After many thousands of years, the Lyrans restored their society and again became a dominant force in the galaxy. Pleadian history documents that the Lyrans went through a series of civilizations over a period of several millions of years. It was their pattern to rise to power, begin to fight amongst themselves, and then degenerate into a primitive society and start all over again. On some occasions, their wars were so brutal that it took millions of years for them to recover from the primitive state left by the destruction. 387,000 BC, the first settlement on Earth. It wasn't until 387,000 BC that the Lyrans once again had an effect on Earth. Another war had ravaged Lyra, and many of those on the losing side had fled for safety. They traveled through the cosmos and came to Earth as a place of sanctuary. It was peaceful here. The local humans were still primitive and offered no resistance to their high technology. It was decided they would stay and build a colony. Back home in Lyra, it was discovered that a large group had fled to Earth, and ships were dispatched to come after them. Upon arriving on Earth, they were disgusted and appalled to find the conditions that prevailed here. The local Earth humans were being used as slaves and were being mistreated badly. Many were being used in experiments where they were being mated with animals, while others were being disfigured, raped, or maimed. The colony was an example of the dark side of man. Living in degeneration and filth, it was decided to leave the colony of Earth, take away all of their technology, including their spaceships, and leave the 144,207 Lyran soldiers to their own fate on Earth. This colony died out after struggling for several thousand years, and the spirits, the souls of those Lyran soldiers that were left behind, became part of the spirit world of Earth. The 144,207 degenerate Lyran soldiers would now be incarnating here along with the original inhabitants. The effect they would have on Earth would forever steer it away from a normal evolution. Lyran history continued to repeat itself for thousands of years until, after restoring themselves once again to a high level of technology, they built flight machines with beam drives and once again moved out into the cosmos. This was back on Lyra, by the way. Their leaders were great scientists with an understanding of spiritual power, so once again they began to conquer other races on other planets. Their leaders soon realized the unlimited powers of the spiritual forces and developed them until they became masters of these great forces, becoming known as Ishwish, meaning King of Wisdom. The great power of their spirit allowed them to live for thousands of years, and they ruled over countless civilizations. The Ishwish leaders ruled with cruel power, and eventually the public started a civil uprising on many planets. The war lasted for almost 4 centuries, causing the death of more than 60% of the populations and nearly destroying 3 worlds of the Lyran system over 230,000 years ago. 228,000 BC, the flight from Lyra to the Pleiades. An Ishwish named Asael could see the end coming and fled from the wars with 360,000 people in 183 great spaceships, capable of transporting over 1,000 passengers each, and 250 small space reconnaissance ships that could carry a crew of 3 each. This group of Lyrans wandered through space for many years until they came across a star system with 254 young blue suns. There were already a few colonized planets with primitive people living there, but they were no threat to the great Lyran technology. They landed and built their new society on 3 different planets around a star that they called Taygeta. Life was hard and difficult, and it took 300 years or so of their civilization to grow and adapt to the new environment. Eventually, millions of Lyrans fled the Great Wars and settled in various planets in the Orion star system, Hyades, and the Pleiades. After the new civilizations developed, Asael commanded that they start to explore and conquer other worlds again, just as they had done in Lyra. and once again established a reign of tyranny over planets of less developed beings and brought them under their control. It was during this time that they came into the system known as Hesperides. The young, underdeveloped form of human life that was there was quickly conquered and fell under Asael's rulership. The Lyrans once again were exercising their power over others and beginning to force their rule throughout the galaxy. It seems that the forces of greed and power were inbred well into the Lyrans, considering that peace seemed to escape them from time after time, even if they escaped their wars in seeking peace. There had been millions of years of bloodshed and wars, and still they had not learned to get along peacefully with other races. But of course, that was never their goal. The ancient Lyrans split off into Orion, Hyades, and the Pleiades, and started new colonies on many, many planets. The planets of the Pleiades soon flourished and spread out to Earth, Mars, Hesperides, and Milona. 226,000 BC, the time of Pleia. 70 years of conquering had diminished Asael's lust for power, and his life of bloodthirsty rule came to an end as the father of the Pleiades passed away. Control of the new race of the Pleiades fell to his daughter Pleia, and Ishrish, the female form of Ishwish, who, like her father, had the blood of a warrior. Eager to build their great society even farther, she ordered the exploration ships to again seek out new worlds that could fall under her rule. As the ships moved out into space once again to explore, they came across the trail of the destroyer comet, which so many years ago had been the destructive force that had ended the Lyran Empire. Contained within the tail of that great comet, they discovered debris from some of the planets of ancient Lyra. It was decided to follow the comet for a while and study its path of violence. This was the destructive force that had changed the history of Lyra after all, and now it brought the warriors from the Pleiades into a small solar system and the home of a little planet called Earth. 225,000 BC, Earth is discovered again. To their surprise, they discovered a small group of uncivilized people living on Earth. Some were brown-skinned and were the origin of life on Earth. Others were of mixed races, but most were white-skinned and had a Lyran spirit form. The Pleadians had stumbled onto a colony founded by their ancient Lyran ancestors who had degenerated into a primitive society. Amazed by their discovery of human life and common ancestry, it was decided to colonize 3 different planets in the solar system and continue the family chain. News of their discovery was sent back to the home planets and apparently sparked an interest for Pleia, for she ordered a great migration to be undertaken. Within a very short time, thousands of travelers from the Pleiades came and created societies on Earth, Mars, and Milona. Milona was a planet which existed beyond the orbit of Mars at that time. It was only a few short years before a small war raged on Earth, and many of the scientists left to return to the Pleiades, leaving the 3 planets to grow on their own. Pleia was unhappy with this and did not want her new colonies to get destroyed. So she dispatched a fleet to stop the war, and things calmed down again. 196,000 BC, war breaks out on Earth again. In the home planets, the reign of Pleadian came to an end, and the people of the Pleiades fell into dark times as they ruined their great society in war. And Milona then existed without leadership for more than 30,000 years, which was a remarkably long time for Lyrans to get along with each other. It seems that some measure of evolution was finally happening on Earth. After returning their own civilization to a high level of advancement, the scientists of the Pleiades occasionally looked in on the Earth and watched as technology there had also developed to a high state. Unfortunately, the men of Earth started to turn against each other. As wars broke out on Earth, the leaders of the home planets decided once again to involve themselves and sent a fleet to put a stop to it. Earth had degenerated into such an unruly society that it was decided to evacuate the planet and return their people to their home planets. The colonies on the planets of Milona and Mars had remained peaceful. They had taken no part in the wars that raged on Earth, so they were left alone by the forces that came from the home planets. The fighting spirit of Lyra did not lay dormant for too long, though, for it only took 40 years before the people of Milona fell into war and destroyed the entire planet in a great explosion. The huge blast pushed Mars out of its orbit, causing complete destruction of all life on it, and moved the planet into a new orbit. All that remains of ancient Milona is the debris of their planet, which is now called the asteroid belt. Once again, the Lyran fighting spirit had caused the destruction of 2 planets and brought death to millions. 116,000 BC, Earth is on its own. Over the next 80,000 years, many attempts were made at small colonizations, but none lasted. Earth was left alone with no help from the home planets, for the Pleiadians had too many problems of their own and had no interest in the small colonies that still existed on Earth. As time went by, the little blue planet was thought so little of that on many occasions groups of renegades were expelled there. It even served as a prison colony for a while. Earth humans had not developed naturally because of genetic engineering and by our celestial Father's interventions. 58,000 BC, the Great Plan. Societies had come and gone in the Pleiades, for the old Lyrans could never seem to get along for more than 10,000 years without going to war. Finally, 60,000 years ago, at a point of high population and technology, they decided once again to colonize Earth. A great exodus occurred of hundreds of great spaceships with thousands of people came and built a civilization which would last for 10,000 years. It was a great time for Earth, and the wars in the Pleiades seemed to be left behind. Large cities were built that reflected the advanced thinking and knowledge of a race with a legacy of millions of years. All of the continents of Earth were inhabited, and humanity was living in harmony with himself and the planet. It was almost 10,000 years before the Great Society began to quarrel and fight amongst themselves. This time it was the scientists who were the cause of it. They wanted to take control and rule through the hand of material technology instead of spiritual awareness. The technology was so advanced that weapons had been designed that represented a new level of expertise, even for the Lyrans. This war was so devastating that it annihilated almost all life on Earth and erased every trace of their existence. It brought on a period when savages roamed the Earth and once again lived in primitive, village huts. The spirits of those original 144,207 Lyrans who came to Earth thousands of years before that, plus all of those who died since then, were still destined to be reborn on Earth. The Pleadian Mission, A Time of Awareness, by Randolph Winters, Part 5. 48,000 BC, Pleadian, the first god on Earth. For several thousand years, the Earth was a dormant place of scattered tribes. Meanwhile, a great war was raging on the 3 home planets in the Pleiades. One of the great Pleiadian leaders of the time, who had captured the hearts of many, was a man named Pleadian. He was one of the more powerful leaders of his time, earning the title Ishwish because of his tremendous understanding of the spiritual laws. He could see that the future held great devastation for the people who followed him if they stayed there. So he decided to flee the Pleiades and look for a place of safety and refuge. Upon making his decision to leave, he was followed by 70,000 people, including 200 scientists, and they fled the wars which were bringing death to so many in the Pleiades. It was known to Pleadian that Earth could support life similar to their home planets, and was largely uninhabited at that time. Fleeing the tyranny and death that always seemed to follow the Lyran family, he led his people on a quiet and peaceful journey to Earth to start a new life. As the Earth grew under the leadership of Pleadian's 200 appointed sub-leaders, the worst war of all time was still raging on their home planets. But under Pleadian's leadership and the guidance of his lieutenants, they populated the many continents of Earth and created a society of love and spiritual growth. Life was flourishing and peaceful, as Pleadian was good to his people. He taught them the ways of spirit and how life should be lived by observing the laws of cosmic creation consciousness. This was a society built on spiritual knowledge instead of material greed and power, and it was working. The true natives of Earth, the brown-skinned race, were in awe of the great power of the Ishwish Pleadian. They were very underdeveloped in comparison to the settlers from the stars, but lived in harmony and peace with them, and Pleadian treated them with respect and love. A master of the knowledge of material life through the development of spirit, Pleadian's seemingly magical abilities caused many stories among the earthlings, which told of his abilities to rule over life and death. One story was passed on that he was once seen floating in air, held up by the power of his mind, and merely by casting a glance at a small tree, he caused it to grow and bloom. Because of the great powers over life and death the Earth people believed he possessed, they called him God, generating the idea that God was a man who held power over life and death. It was Pleadian who became the first God image on Earth, thus starting the concept that we were created in his image. Finally, in the Pleiades, the spiritual leaders were able to overtake the scientists, and peace reigned at last. The people learned to trust in the truths of cosmic creation consciousness and the knowledge and wisdom of the spiritual laws. This is a normal process in the development of most planets, for in the beginning stages of development, humanity lives entirely by material sense and thinking. And then, as they evolve through numerous lifetimes, they slowly learn that they are more than just the physical body, and they begin to solve the problems of life with more spiritual solutions. At a certain point in the development of a race, enough people advance spiritually, and the old material ways of force and power give way to the more spiritual ways of love and light. With this kind of shift in consciousness, societies experience monumental change, such as is happening on planet Earth now. This change came to the Pleiadians over 48,000 years ago, and for the next 8,000 years after that, they developed themselves to a very high spiritual level, and they were at last able to leave behind the long legacy and war and bloodshed of their Lyran past. They still live by those peaceful standards today, 40,000 years later. Nothing was known on Earth of the peace in the Pleiades. Pleadian was still ruler on Earth, and for the first time in 300,000 years, Earth was living peacefully and happily. The force of his spirit allowed him to live for 4,000 years, during which time he guided the planet to a degree of spiritual development that surpassed anything known in Lyran history. His vision of life helped this great civilization last for almost 10,000 years before a new Ishwish by the name of Jassas came into power. Jassas lacked the morals and knowledge of Pleadian and began to rule through power and control over others. He had only ruled for 20 years before the people would no longer stand for their world being ruined. They rose up against him, causing war to break out again. After living for thousands of years in peace caused by the love of the great Pleadian, the people wanted no part in a world of war. So, by the hundreds of thousands, they fled to a nearby star system known as Beta Centauri, leaving behind a war that brought total destruction to planet Earth. 31,000 BC, Atlantis and Mu. There are few myths or fables that capture the imagination of humanity more than the story of ancient Atlantis. If it really existed, what happened to it? And why is there no trace of its existence? Stories have been passed down for centuries about the huge island continent that existed between what today is called Africa and South America, a place where our forefathers lived in a society even more advanced than ours and also traveled the stars. As an example of how Pleiadian technology can change fable to fact, here is the true story of Atlantis and our connection to it. After the great exodus to the planets in the Beta Centauri area and the destruction of most of the sentient life on Earth, there was a span of 7,000 years when travelers avoided coming here from the stars. The only life to be found was a few scattered tribes of brown-skinned humans who lived in primitive huts. They were the original Earth inhabitants, who were still very underdeveloped and were of no interest to the star travelers. Gone was the technology of the great society of Pleadian that had raised the consciousness of humanity to new heights. The Earth had fallen into a time of darkness and despair. Light years away lived the descendants of those who had fled the Earth thousands of years before. Here in the Barnard star system, a society of human life flourished and lived peacefully. After all, they were the sons and daughters of the great Pelagon, who had taught them how to live in peace and harmony with cosmic creation consciousness. This rich heritage provided them with a spiritual advancement that left behind the cries of war and the struggle for power, and created a world of peace and spiritual growth. Among the leaders was a kind and generous Ishwish named Atlant. He was a tall, blonde-haired, broad-shouldered man of obvious Lyran descent. His bright blue eyes and pale white skin painted a picture not unlike his Lyran ancestors of millions of years ago. He was very popular, and although life there was peaceful and happy, he longed to lead his followers to a new world where they could start a life full of adventure and growth. There were many who decided to follow Atlant, and plans were made to migrate to Earth, a small planet their ancestors had lived on that was now hospitable again to advanced human life. At first, only a few came and found the Earth to be rough and untamed. After piloting their great ships over most of the Earth's surface, they decided to build their first city on a large continent located just above the line of the equator, which had a warm climate good for living. Having lived peacefully for thousands of years, their technology had developed to a very high state, so it was only a very short time before the beautiful architecture of the star travelers began to fill the horizon. As the city grew and word reached back to the home planets of the success of this new world, thousands more left the Barnard system and came to Earth. With only a few short years, the Great Society, named after its leader Atlant, had populated a large area of the planet. There are, by the way, 7 basic colors of humanity in the universe: white, brown, red, yellow, blue, green, and black. 6 are now represented on Earth. No green people. Based on our current calendar, the beginnings of Atlantis would be around 31,000 BC. Some history of this event still rests with the American Indians and some other races, which have for years passed down the story of the great Atlantis. The people of Atlantis were kind and generous and lived peacefully with the inhabitants of Earth. Although the Earthlings were far less developed, they were accepted in their cities and found jobs and encouragement, for no hate or prejudice existed in the minds of these spiritually developed travelers from the stars. Atlant had a wife named Caryatide, who was also ambitious and well thought of as a leader. She helped spread the civilization to new parts of planet Earth, founding cities in an area that today we call the Mediterranean. These smaller satellite cities were called Little Atlantis and lived under the same peaceful rule as the large cities. Caryatide had a father named Muras. He was a powerful leader from the Lyran chain of families. After the successful beginnings of Atlantis, he came to Earth with thousands of his followers and built a city on the opposite side of the planet called Mu. Named after its founder, Muras, Mu grew to be a gigantic city. It slowly spread out and founded other parts of the planet as well. After many years, the many cities under the rule of Muras came to be known as the Kingdom of Lemuria. Mu was situated in the area we now call the Gobi Desert, which is an area between China and Russia. As the great society of Mu advanced, they built 2 underground cities called Agartha Alpha and Agartha Beta, located directly below Mu. The cities were connected together by underground tube systems which ran for hundreds of kilometers, carrying the citizens of Mu from one town to another. Eventually, even more underground tube systems were built and connected many areas of Earth. Although most of these underground tunnels have been destroyed over the years, some of them still exist today. Thousands of years of peaceful living on Earth produced the largest populations ever to live here. Almost the entire planet was populated with cities on every continent that boasted a high quality of living and technology for all humanity. Earth became known as a peaceful and tranquil place to live, attracting travelers from many different parts of the galaxy. Pleadian history is not completely accurate here, but it is believed that as many as 8 more races from different worlds came to Earth during this time and blended in and bred with the people of the great societies of Atlantis and Mu. From the star called Sirius came a race of black humans who were very highly developed. They were not of the Lyran chain, but boasted a high spiritual level. They found it easy to live in peace with the artistic and creative people of Atlantis. Other humans came from the stars of Orion, from Vega and Hyades, who were also descendants of the ancient Lyrans. It was also during this time that a race arrived and started a new colony on Earth whose origins are still not known. They were an older race than the Lyrans and kept to themselves and were very peaceful. These were the colonies that founded the Asian communities on Earth, a different family of origin, but now part of the ever-changing mixture of the new Earth humanity. The Earth was becoming a melting pot of races and colors who lived together in peace and love. 16,000 BC, exiled to Beta Centauri. For 15,000 years the Earth lived in peace, the longest time for any civilization to ever make it here. It was a time of spiritual growth and development for all who shared the Earth. But as things would go, trouble started when a group of young scientists, bent on controlling others, tried to cause problems. Hungry for power, the peace of Earth was threatened for the first time in 15,000 years. Fortunately, the people recognized the potential trouble and drove the scientists off the planet. They fled into space towards a star called Beta Centauri, closest solar system to Earth, located just 4.3 light-years away. Here they found human life on a planet, and they lived in exile there. For 2,000 years, these same exiled scientists and their followers schemed for revenge, while they built up great power and increased their lifespan. Because of their hatred for the rulers of Earth, they plotted to return and seek revenge and eventually attack Earth. They were led by the Ishwish Arus, who intended to destroy Atlantis and Mu. Robbing, murdering, but only able to take over a small region of land, they settled in the northern area called Hyperborea, which is today known as Florida. The Earth had not suffered through its axis shift yet, so Hyperborea was still north of the equator. 13,000 BC, Adam and Eve. The second in power to Arus was a mighty scientist named Semjasa. He and the other followers were under strict orders not to have sex or social interaction of any kind with the original Earth inhabitants, who were very underdeveloped and even genetically impaired from early experiments performed on them by the Lyrans thousands of years before. Keeping to himself, Semjasa defied the orders and worked in secret, performing his genetic mixtures with animals and the subdeveloped Earth humans. He created many different forms of creatures and humans as he searched for a way to improve on Earth humanity. In one experiment, he mated an Earth female called an Eva, with the higher evolved and older Lyran genetics, and created a more intelligent Earth human whom he called an Adam. In the Lyran language, Adam simply meant Earth human. It was not his name. The Adam, by the way, was blonde, blue-eyed, and stood about 16 feet tall. The experiment worked so well that Semjasa tried it again and created another Adam, a female. Both of his Adams were great advancements in the human form and were more like the Lyrans than the Earth humans. As their intelligence and evolution had greatly improved, he decided to keep them alive for study and kept their existence a secret for many years. When they reached maturity, he mated the two Adams together. This was the beginning of the legend of Adam and Eve. The two Adams had a child called Seth, who became the firstborn son of the new human race on Earth. It had been 22 million years since the Lyrans had first used the Earth humans to create all manner of ape-like creatures, ruining the natural evolution of the Earth human, and now Semjasa had created the beginning of the wise and intelligent human race. It was his hope that he had been able to set things right and repair some of the damage caused by his ancestors so many eons before. Even though the natural evolution of Earth had been altered so many times, he had succeeded in giving Earthman a new chance to survive and grow. This was the birth of our current civilization as we know it. By the way, some of the apes were created out of experiments mating humanity together with monkeys, and are not natural forms of creation on this planet. Arus and his band of terrorists continually started small wars around the planet, but these little skirmishes hardly had any impact on the great society of Atlantis, and were not much of a bother for hundreds of years. Eventually, Arus died, and his son, Arus II, continued to attack remote areas, taking control of what is now India, Pakistan, and Persia. They came in contact with the Sumerians, a peace-loving people who fled to the north for safety because they wanted nothing to do with the army created by Arus II. The Sumerians were tall, dark, and the descendants of the Syrians who first settled on Earth at the same time that Atlantis started Atlantis. The Sumerians moved into the mountains and became an influence on the people living in India, Pakistan, and Iraq. The region they lived in was called Sumer and was part of what is called ancient Mesopotamia. Later, their ancestors would found cities known as Ur, Uruk, Kish, and Lagash, which have all become major archaeological sites in southern Iraq, also known as Babylonia. The great knowledge of the Sumerians was handed down through the centuries and is preserved in pictographic and cuneiform writings that are still being examined today. The Sumerians are, for the most part, responsible for preserving the knowledge of life that was known during the time of Atlantis. India was then called Arya, and after a few centuries it split from Arus II and made alliances with the great cities of Mu and Agartha. These small wars, which had no effect on the great power of Atlantis, lasted another 1,500 years. Arus II grew old and was dying, but he succeeded in infiltrating his leaders into Atlantis and Mu, causing enough dissension to begin the talks of war. 9498 BC, the end of Atlantis and Mu. The cries of oncoming war caused panic, and by the thousands, the people took to their beam ships and fled to the Pleiades for safety. The war instruments of Atlantis and Mu were of very large size and power. The army of Atlantis contained 4.83 million soldiers in large ships, plus 123,000 small individual beam ships, and 16,431 remote ships, equipped with the most sophisticated heat-dissolving beams. They also had 24,230 medium-class sized ships, which were armed with terrifying weapons. But even with all this power, Mu was superior in technology and boasted weapons of even greater force. The scientists of Mu, knowing of the coming events, had ordered a fleet out into space to search for a large asteroid in the debris of the destroyed planet of Milona. Finding it, they attached a powerful drive system to it so that it could be hurled at Earth as a weapon of destruction itself. As the attack of Atlantis started, the leaders of Mu ordered the giant asteroid to be launched, but it was too late to save Mu. The Atlantean fleet dissolved the city of Mu almost instantly. All traces of Mu were melted away, which is evident by the smooth, flat ground in the Gobi Desert where it once stood. The underground cities of Agartha were damaged and thousands were killed, but many survived. Rapidly, the giant asteroid was steered towards Earth with the dedicated pilots attached to it. Propelled by the great technology of the scientists of Mu, the huge asteroid of death was racing at incredible speeds toward Earth when some of the leaders and scientists of Atlantis detected the oncoming asteroid. They knew there was no way to stop it, so they fled into space, leaving the millions of inhabitants of Atlantis to die. The asteroid hit the atmosphere of Earth and burst like a supernova, generating heat of over 34,000 degrees centigrade. The asteroid exploded less than 110 miles up, and in thousands of small pieces it hit the Earth like a shotgun blast. The continent of Atlantis melted beneath the heat of the blast within seconds, and the floor of the Atlantic Ocean was split, cracked, and broken, causing volcanoes to erupt and bringing the sea to a boil. Water from the ocean hurled upward to a height of 20 miles, causing a tidal wave over a mile high to rush over the landmass of Atlantis. It continued on across the area that we call the Mediterranean and flooded northern Africa and the land of Egypt. By our current calendar, it was exactly the year 9498 BC on June 6th, when the great civilization of Atlantis sank beneath the ocean. Due to the force of the incoming asteroid, the planet Earth rolled over on its axis, causing the seas to flow over the land and volcanoes filled the air with smoke and fire. As the planet changed its axis and came to a rest in a slightly different orbit, the geography of Earth was forever changed as well. If you can picture the Earth as it is now, envision rolling the planet over until the state of Florida is where Greenland is now. That was the position of Earth before the Great War. Florida used to be called Hyperborea and was the home of Arus and his warriors. The survivors of Hyperborea moved underground after the Great Holocaust and now live under Mount Shasta in California. The great continent of Atlantis, which was originally north of the equator, slid underwater and is now resting in the area of the Atlantic Ocean. From what I can ascertain from reading Billy Meier's contact notes, if you drew a line from Puerto Rico over to northern Africa, you would be outlining the northern border of where Atlantis was. This huge landmass formerly connected the continents of Africa and South America, but is now barely a memory. Remains of Atlantis can be found on the ocean floor off the west coast of the Bahamas in a small group of islands called the Biminis. Here on the floor of the sea, oceanographers have discovered the remains of what appears to be an ancient city and have uncovered roads, walls, and other monuments which may tell the story of the last days of Atlantis. Also, south of Puerto Rico, deep down under the water, you can find the tops of pyramids built by the Atlanteans that still rise up through the ocean floor. This is all we have found so far to remind us of the greatest society that ever lived on Earth. 9448 BC, Yehovan controls the earth. Soon after the War of Revenge by Arus II, he was murdered by his third-born son, Yehovan, who seized power over the Aryans and the other two remaining nations of life on Earth. The tremendous destruction caused by the asteroid hitting the Earth had left the atmosphere unbreathable on most parts of the planet, driving the survivors underground. It was 50 years before the air began to clear up, and small tribes of people began to once again be seen on the surface of the Earth. There were three basic groups of people left after the destruction. The first nation were the descendants of the Armus people who lived in the area known as Armenia since 33,000 years ago. They were immigrants from the Pleadian system. The second nation was the scattered tribes of Persia, India, and Pakistan, who were known as the Aryans at that time. The third nation is a worldwide spread of clusters of gypsies called Hebrews, which in the ancient language of the Pleiades was Herons. An Ishwish named Yehovan governed the three tribes until 7,000 years ago, when he was murdered by his only son, Yehav, who, like his father, called himself the creator of humanity. During this time, a group of 160,000 great Aryans deserted the rule of Yehav and wandered through the lands to the east, moving into the area between the Caspian Sea in northern Iran and the Arahat Mountains in Turkey. This area was full of the descendants of the Sumerians, who led the local people with great discipline because of their highly developed knowledge of spiritual powers. The Aryans attacked and pressed the people into bondage and created a new state. Deprived of all technology, the Aryans soon began to mingle with the natives, and all previous talents and knowledge soon disappeared and were forgotten forever. It was only 1320 BC when Yehav was murdered by his first son, Arusem, who had two sons named Salam and Ptah. They were more peaceful in nature and stood up against Arusem, driving him and his followers out of power. Arusem did not have the power to fight back, for his followers were few and his technology was no match for the great armies commanded by his sons. So he secretly returned and hid in an underground city below the Giza pyramid in Egypt. He made plans to take over the world by controlling the thoughts of world leaders and filling their minds with lies, deceit, and delusions. Meanwhile, Ptah and Salam governed together and created peace until Ptah was stricken by disease and died at the age of 93. This left Salam to rule until he became old and weak, turning the rule over to his son, Pleadian, in 40 BC. Pleadian was a peaceful ruler and had aligned himself with the High Council of the Pleadian system. Arusem, meanwhile, had been governing his band of evil followers, called the Ba'ath, and hiding in Egypt since 1010 BC. He was taken over by a ruthless leader named Hen, whom the Hebrews called Yehovah. He was also known as the Cruel One to his followers. In 80 BC, Hen was overthrown by a new leader named Kamagol I. He and his followers had to hide from the power of Pleadian and were forced to continue living below ground under the Great Pyramid in Egypt. Their technology was failing and their lifespans dwindling. His son, Kamagol II, was even more ruthless than he was, and as soon as he was old enough, he challenged his father for power. After seizing control, he put his father in a deep, dark dungeon and left him there for years until he died. He was one of the last long-living leaders and would die in 1975, leaving 2,100 of his evil followers still living. By this time, the Ba'ath, deprived of most of their technology, were controlling the minds of 723 Earth people through telepathic means, and these 723 represented their last hope for controlling Earth. 10 AD, the Pleiadians leave the Earth. 2,000 years ago, Pleadian, the last Pleiadian system leader on Earth, was informed of the peace agreement between the Pleiades system and the High Council of Andromeda. A new era of spiritual growth and peace had come to the Pleiades, causing Pleadian and his followers to want to return to their home system. It was decided to leave someone behind who could carry on the teachings of cosmic creation consciousness knowledge taught by the Pleiadians. They would need an Earth human who is a leader among men and who could carry on the teachings of higher consciousness. This human was called Emmanuel, also known as Yeshua. He was not born of Lyran descent, but was a very evolved spirit form, capable of the highest order of spiritual understanding. It was arranged for Emmanuel to be procreated from a father of high evolution from the Pleiades named Gabriel, and an earth woman of Lyran descent named Mary. As the Pleiadians had hoped, Emmanuel, Yeshua, easily grasped the teachings of spirit and provided the foundation for what today is called Christianity. He lived to be 115 years old and brought the truth to all he could through his teachings. 74 years after his death, in the year 189 AD, his name was changed to Jesus Christ, and his teachings were written down to form the religious teachings that prevail today. The Pleiadians draw our attention to the fact that we have spent more energy killing each other over Jesus than we have spent learning his teachings, which were the exact opposite. Pleadian and his followers had returned to the Pleiades and ended thousands of years of Pleiadian and Lyran influence. They would not return to Earth until 1685 AD. It had taken thousands of years of bloodshed before spiritual understanding had overtaken the material warriors and brought peace to the troubled Lyran souls from the Pleiades. The Codex. Here on Earth still live the spirits of the first travelers to Earth, the 144,207 Lyrans who came here to escape the wars on their home planets. 2,000 of these old Lyrans were the leaders that were responsible for the abuse and experimentation on the DNA of the original Earthmen. It was their conduct that set the pattern and leadership for the most decadent and immoral society yet to live on Earth. As their spirits passed away to the other side, they took with them a karmic or spiritual debt from their material lives. Embedded deep within their spiritual consciousness and the Akashic records are the memories of their violations of the laws of cosmic creation consciousness. Each time they have returned to material life, they live under what is called the Codex, a karmic debt that must be repaid. We are spiritual beings who go through a series of material lives in order to evolve through experiences learned during 3D life. All spiritual beings are consciously connected to the creation source energy, which is the true eternity of all things. Our souls would not be able to have consciousness without the life force energy they receive from cosmic source creation, or God force, or Godshiousness, or Prime Creator, or Hunab Ku, or whatever you like to call it. It is this life force energy, a kind of cosmic electromagnetic force, which empowers the soul so it can exist. It is this common connection to the cosmic creation consciousness that binds us all together spiritually. As each person thinks each thought, it carries like a ripple through creation and has some effect on all things. All is one. All is energy. All is vibration. Cosmic creation consciousness itself is the spiritual energy of everything in existence. Each of us is a holy hologram from that energy. Our connection is through a spiritual consciousness that can be sensed through meditation. All of our actions and thoughts then pass through our consciousness and go out into the universe through this spiritual consciousness. This is how we all contribute to the whole of the evolution of cosmic creation consciousness. If our actions are of a violent nature, such as in murder or rape, these actions affect the balance of the consciousness of all creation. Our actions and thoughts do not simply dissipate or disappear, but are recorded in the ethers of the universe in what is called the Akashic or etheric records, and are part of the spiritual being of cosmic creation consciousness. The actions and murderous deeds of the 2,000 leaders of the ancient Lyrans had an effect on cosmic creation consciousness, and are recorded in the Akashic records of Earth. If you take the life of another through murder, then cosmic creation consciousness records this within the spiritual consciousness of the spirit form and keeps track of it as a debt owed. Let's say you murder someone through a violent act. Their spirit form or soul then passes on to the other side while you live out your material life for another 10 or 20 or 30 or 40 or 50 years. And then your spirit form passes over to the other side as well. These actions are recorded within your own Akashic record and the record of the ones you killed. It has become part of the events of creation and cannot be undone. But since we are all eternal souls, the debt can be repaid through the laws of energy which are ruled by cosmic creation consciousness. Here's how it works. Once you have murdered someone and you both have died, both of your souls are on the other side and no longer in material bodies. The debt you owe can only be repaid in the material, so nothing will happen as a consequence of this action on the other side. However, once your soul and the soul of the one you murdered are both back in the material, the debt can be settled. It is not necessary that you know each other. It is only required that you both be in the material world at the same time. If the person who was murdered becomes ill or is suffering spiritually somehow and is in need of strength, they can take from the life force energy of the murderer to help themselves. This is not a conscious act, for neither know each other or even have any memory of the previous life murder. They do not even have to be in the same area of the planet. It is a natural function of energy from cosmic creation consciousness that moves life force energy from the murderer to the injured party. The victim will receive a flow of energy, which is taken from the life force of the murderer, and will start to feel better. The murderer, without knowing why, will suddenly lose some of their life force and perhaps become ill in some way. Since the debt is a spiritual one, it is not necessary that the material consciousness of either party have any idea of what is going on. The 2,000 Lyran leaders who murdered and committed violent crimes of genetic engineering against fellow humans have many spiritual debts to pay still. Living a material life with a spiritual debt to pay is called living under the Codex. The Codex and one's own debts may be discovered by an individual through meditation, for the recordings of their previous lives are available in their Akashic records, the band of energy that exists around the earth, where all thoughts and experiences are registered. As we are moving into the new age of Aquarius and the vibrational levels of cosmic creation consciousness energies are increasing, most of the old Lyran spirits are coming back into material life to settle their debts. It is this codex which will silently move them to be light workers of our new world, for they are driven to help out their fellow humanity and make a positive difference. Most will never know why they have these motivations or that they live under this codex. But by virtue of their older and more experienced souls, most will find themselves playing a part in the positive evolution of this new world. The Pleadians are very well aware of these old spirits and know that they can be awakened and can help to be a wonderful force of good in our society. The Pleadians have allowed pictures of their beam ships to be taken, which will stir feelings in some and memories in others, and still others will be slowly awakened to the teachings of cosmic creation consciousness and the understanding of the eternal soul. The Pleiadians believe that if they provide the right teachings, the right words and the right ideas, the spiritual consciousness of these thousands of old Lyran warriors can slowly be awakened and cleansed. And if fed the knowledge of love and light, these souls can be brought to the front lines again to live in peace in a world that is sadly lacking in human understanding and spiritual knowledge. Having lived previous lives on worlds far more advanced than ours, their accumulated spiritual wisdom will keep them from being easy prey to the illogical thinking which holds many earth humans in spiritual stagnation and even declination. The Lyran souls advancing their evolution have the ability to rise above the common human and be the leaders of a new era. They are the visionaries, the creative thinkers, the scientists, the writers, and the leaders who can envision a world much greater than the one we see now. Many of these old Lyrans have been prominent in history each time they've come into a material life. Since they have many more lifetimes and have accumulated much wisdom and experience, they will usually feel uncomfortable on Earth and try to change it, largely due to their negative karma. A sense of being out of place or in the wrong time or not fitting in is extremely common. Many have visions of other worlds, far more advanced than ours, and long to leave this planet to be there. But due to the Codex, the Akash, and our karma, we must evolve humanity back into a state of peace before anyone can leave the planet. The Pleadian Mission, A Time of Awareness, by Randolph Winters, Part 6. During my visit to Switzerland, there was an occasion when I was visiting with one of the Figu members about the Codex, and I was shown a book which recorded the lives of many of the old Lyran spirits. Each page provided the names and accomplishments of many different spiritual beings. As I looked through this book, I was surprised to see so many historic names on Earth. Truly, the old Lyrans have been working under the Codex for thousands of years. For better or worse, they always seem to make their mark in society in some way. The book went on to say that there were 5 different colonizations of Lyrans on Earth, some more violent than others. They had been the white seed that had forever changed the evolution of humanity on Earth. Currently, 2/3 of white people on Earth are from the Lyran genetic influence as a result of these 5 colonizations. As I flipped through the pages of the book, more of the names were unfamiliar to me, but on one page there were the names of 12 different spirits listed. I didn't recognize any of the names. The page looked different from the others, so I just had to ask about it. The names were of a special group of Lyrans who are now all in material bodies on Earth. The Pleiadians had given the names to Billy, and he was to watch out for these 12, for they would be drawn to him for reasons which were not explained to me. I was told that they believed that I was one of the 12, possibly number 4, based on the information I had given them about my dreams and my family background. Other considerations as to why they thought I was one of them were not explained to me. I inquired as to whether or not any of the other names had shown up yet, but I was told they had not. As of 1987, so far I was the first. The future of Earth. Through the awareness of how our current civilization came about, we can begin to see ourselves in a new light. The white race, the white people on Earth, is not superior to other races, just possibly older than most of the others. If 2/3 of the white race is of the Lyran descent, then they have lived more material lifetimes than other races and have more of an obligation to be teachers and role models to those who are younger. As we learn more about our origins and our history, perhaps we can start to come together as one people, humanity. It is easy to see by the history of the Lyrans that humanity has chosen the path of power and greed and ego to guide their destiny, instead of the more spiritual path of love and soul and understanding. Here on earth are the spirits of these old Lyran warriors who are still playing the part in our development as a civilization. We can learn a great lesson from this legacy of history. Here we are again, a planet of diverse people whose leaders refuse to get along, but instead play dangerous playground games with weapons of mass destruction. Just as in the Lyran past, we are in a dangerous position where we have the technology to destroy all of humanity, and it is in the hands of these power-crazy egos who are obsessed with the lust for control over others. Their sickness of prejudice and racism rules their thinking as they finance wars so that brother can kill brother. If we are to have peace on earth, we must rise up against the negative thinking that controls the earth. We must use the power of love and light to diffuse the anger and hostility that causes us to fight. I have always liked the expression, "Suppose they gave a war and nobody showed up." If the teachers of the new age can use the power of their light to show others how to live with unconditional love and balance in their lives, we can convince a lot of people to not show up. The answer lies in the knowledge that we are eternal spiritual beings, and we are all connected directly together by cosmic creation consciousness. If we can see each other as souls and not material beings with certain colored skin, we can discover the spiritual bonding that will lead us to peace. Earth is moving into a time of heightened spiritual awareness and soul evolution. As the high energy of the new age takes its effect, more and more Earth people will begin to discover their spiritual selves and develop the power of higher consciousness. As this event naturally continues to occur, these spiritually aware people will provide the evidence that we are more than just material beings. Others will see that there is more to life than just the material existence and chasing the dollar and property and trinkets. And a consciousness will develop to oppose the cries of war and hatred. For the first time in the development of our current civilization, there will be a more spiritual and peaceful solution to our problems. Earth will start to learn that we can all live together in peace if we only shed the need for material power and greed. Real happiness in life does not come from the attainment of material goods, but from the inner peace and love that is found on the spiritual path inside the heart of every person. For many decades, these spiritual arguments against war have been laughed at and disregarded by the powers that rule. Spiritual people are regarded as unrealistic, crazy, and just plain unimportant. But very quickly, within a few decades, we will see the tide has actually shifted already, as the people of the earth are drawn more to the spiritual side, which provides a way to live in peace and harmony. Eventually, over the next 100 years, the acceleration of high energy will so dramatically change the consciousness of Earth that a whole new society will emerge that will forever change the way we live together. If, however, we do not learn from the history lesson given to us by the Pleadians, we may become just one more chapter in the ongoing list of past civilizations that have destroyed themselves, like the Lyrans have done so many times. The chronology of Earth history. This will show important moments in Earth history based on information from the Pleiadians. Dates are only estimates to show the chronology of events. 22 million BC. The first Lyrans came to Earth to colonize. 387,000 BC. Lyrans come to Earth, 144,207 of them, and settled here, forever changing the genetics of Earth humanity. 228,000 BC. A Lyran leader named Asael leads 360,000 Lyrans to a new home in the Pleiades. 226,000 BC. Asael dies and his daughter Pleia becomes ruler. The system is now called the Pleias. 225,000 BC. Pleia scout ships discover Earth, and colonies are founded here and on Mars and Milona. 196,000 BC. War breaks out on Earth and its people are evacuated to the Pleias. 40 years later, Milona destroys itself and becomes the asteroid belt. Mars is thrown out of orbit and all life is destroyed on Mars. 116,000 BC. For the past 80,000 years, several small colonies have been tried by the Lyrans, mostly composed of exiled criminals from Pleia. 71,344 BC. The Great Pyramids of Egypt are built, pyramids in China and Mexico by the Lyrans. 58,000 BC. The Great Plan is developed. The Pleiadians build a great society on Earth that lasts for almost 10,000 years. 48,000 BC. The Ishwish named Pelagon comes to Earth and builds a wonderful society that lasts around 10,000 years. 31,000 BC. The continent of Atlantis is founded by a man named Atlant, who comes with his people from the Barnard star system. 30,500 BC. The city of Mu is founded by Muras, the father of Atlant's wife, Caryatide. His empire is eventually called Lemuria. 30,000 BC. A race of black-skinned people comes from Sirius to planet Earth. 16,000 BC. Arus is exiled from Earth for trying to start wars. He hides out with his followers in the Beta Centauri system, planning revenge. 14,000 BC. Arus and his men return to Earth and settle in Hyperborea, which is in the current location of Florida. 13,000 BC. The scientist Semjasa, the second in command to Arus, creates two Adams who bear a child named Seth. This becomes the legend of Adam and Eve. 11,000 BC. Arus II attacks the Sumerians who flee into the mountains. At the same time, 11,000 BC, a group of extraterrestrials of unknown origin arrive, led by a leader named Viracocha, who controls the city of Tiahuanaco. His base was on an island named Malt. He provided the inhabitants of Easter Island the tools to build the strange statues which were representative of him. 9,500 BC. The Pleiadians caused the old spirit form from Lasson to come to Earth for the first time. 9498 BC, Atlantis and Mu destroy each other and ruin the planet. The air is not breathable for 50 years. All survivors are driven underground. 9448 BC, Jehovan, the third son of Eros II, takes over the 3 remaining tribes left on Earth and becomes their ruler. 8239 BC, the destroyer comet passes closely by Earth and causes the Atlantic Ocean to split. 8104 BC, the biblical flood. 6000 BC, Venus is pulled out of its orbit around the planet Uranus by the destroyer comet and is in orbit around the Sun. 5981 BC, the destroyer comet comes close to Earth, causing great destruction. It also changes the orbit of Venus again. 4930 BC, the destroyer comet once again passes close to Earth, causing tidal waves of destruction. 5000 BC, Jehav, the son of Jehovan, takes over rulership. 1500 BC, the destroyer comet passes close to Earth, causing the Santorini volcano to erupt. It also pulls Venus into its current orbit position around the Sun. 1320 BC, Jehav is murdered by his son Arusem, who has 2 sons named Salem and Ptah. 1010 BC, Arusem is driven out of power by his sons and hides out under the Great Pyramid with his followers. They call themselves the Bathath. 600 BC, Hen takes over from Arusem and rules the Bathath. Hen is called Jehovah by the Hebrews. 586 BC, a group of Andromedans comes to Earth. They create the lines of Nazca. 80 BC, Hen is overthrown by Kamagol I. 40 BC, Salem turns over power to Pleihos, his son, the last Pleadian ruler on Earth. 10 AD, Pleihos returns to the Pleiades after procreating the spirit form of Emmanuel, Yeshua, to carry on the teachings of creation. 32 AD, Emmanuel, Yeshua, is crucified on the cross. He does not die at this time. 115 AD, Emmanuel, Yeshua, dies and is buried at Sriyangar, India. He leaves 3 sons. 189 AD, Emmanuel's name is changed to Jesus Christ and his teachings are completely rewritten to form what is eventually called Christianity. 1000 AD, Kamagol I is taken over by his son Kamagol II and imprisoned for life until he dies. 1937 AD, Kamagol II's second in command is called Aruseak. He decides to leave on his own. He becomes known as Ashtar Shiran and tries to influence the people of Earth. 1937 AD, Edouard Albert Meier, Billy Meier, is born in Bulach, Switzerland. 1975 AD, the Pleiadians start physical contact with Billy Meier. 2004 AD, possible conflict with an alien aggressor. 2255 AD, the year the Pleiadians predict the destroyer comet will return close to Earth. Life in the Pleiades. Billy likes to talk about what he has learned from the Pleiadians. His contacts were mostly with Semjase, the Pleiadian woman of whom he obviously has many fond memories. I could even feel a little sadness in him when he spoke about her. It was obvious that he greatly missed her. I remember one night in particular, we were standing outside under the clear, beautiful Swiss sky, and he was pointing out into the stars to show me where the Pleiades are. I was asking him about the planet Era, where the Pleiadians had come from, and if he ever had the chance to go there. According to the information I had already learned so far, he had not visited the Pleiades or seen their civilization. But I was wrong. He had traveled there in 1984 with Quetzal, the Pleiadian base commander on Earth, and spent 3 days learning about this advanced culture from there. Quetzal had frequently come by to see Billy after his normal contacts had stopped with Semjase. They had become good friends, and Quetzal had invited Billy to return to the home planet of Era with him. Quetzal needed to return there for some reason, and Billy was welcome to go with him. Visiting the Pleiades. Even though Quetzal had been stationed in Mexico for many years, his home was still in the Pleiades. Whenever he had the chance, he would return for a few days to once again be among the level of consciousness that far more suited him. There he could relax and let the concerns of his command on Earth vanish for a while and enjoy the serenity of his home world. As he and Billy approached Era, Quetzal explained how their society had developed into a peaceful world of unity and harmony. Billy was well aware that the Pleiadians had not always lived like this, but had won their peace through thousands of years of war and struggle, a lesson that he hoped would be understood on Earth. As the speeding beam ship broke into the Pleiadian atmosphere, Billy was surprised to see that the terrain looked so much like Earth. Not only was Era mostly water, but the mountains and forests reminded him of his home in Switzerland. There were no large cities with towering buildings as on Earth, but instead the small population of Era was spread out into smaller communities that spanned the planet evenly. Even within these local communities, people lived in more rural settings and kept a distance from each other. It was like they were living in nature, tucked away in little settlements that were almost undetectable from the ground. As they flew over several small populated areas that looked like towns, Quetzal explained that almost all of the manufacturing and production of products for living was done on other planets in the Pleiadian solar system, so as not to upset the ecology of Era. They had long since developed a balance with nature that was well protected by all other Pleiadians on other planets. Nowhere on Era was there a smokestack or pollution of any kind. The atmosphere was 100% perfectly clean and healthy. This helped contribute to the good health of the Pleiadians. This helped contribute to the good health and the long lifespan of over 700 years on average. The beam ship touched down on a landing area at Quetzal's home. The ship's drive system was shut down, and Billy and Quetzal stepped out into a beautiful, clear, sunny day. One deep breath of the clean air was all Billy needed to be reminded of how poor the air on Earth had become. Quetzal had informed him that on Earth the oxygen content was dropping to very dangerously low proportions, which would lead to more disease and more damage of nature, plants, and animals. Here on Era, Billy's lungs gasped as he felt the surge of pleasure just from breathing. The idea that the Pleiadians were being so careful with their world Era was very encouraging and inspiring to Billy. Quetzal's house was white in color and resembled a dome structure, not unlike some of the future-looking homes on Earth that Jacques Fresco has designed from the Venus Project over 50 years ago. Quetzal showed Billy around and explained some of the technology that was built into the home that monitored the air, communications, food supply, sleeping quarters and conditions, health of inhabitants, and many other aspects of living. Organic intelligence, just like that on the beam ships, was also present here and was built into every house on the planet, helping create a very high standard of living and zero stress. Located just a few hundred yards from the main house was another similar-looking home that housed another of Quetzal's family. He had 2 marriages and 2 families of children. Here on Era, this was very common, as any one person can certainly love more than one other person, and nobody owns anybody or their behavior. In a society that has all but eliminated emotional problems such as jealousy, most Pleiadians entered into more than one marriage. In Quetzal's case, his marriages were very happy and were providing him with many hours of pleasure with his wives and children. Many Pleiadians have gardens, but don't actually work in them. The task of maintaining the garden and food supply was normally carried out by machines. Quetzal, however, was proud to show Billy that he was working on his own garden with a set of hand tools that Billy had provided him with from Earth many years before. It was quite an odd thing for Quetzal to be working out in his own garden without machines. He even had garden gloves and some seeds and shovels from Earth, which had attracted quite a bit of attention from his neighbors, for they had never seen anything like it before. The idea of working with the soil and getting your hands all dirty was quite a novelty and was catching on with Quetzal's friends. Beyond the garden was another interesting-looking building that had special interest to Quetzal. He had taken advantage of his travels to many other worlds and started a collection of different kinds of vehicles. There were many cars, bicycles, and trucks from Earth, as well as many other travel vehicles that were very unusual and strange to Billy. Quetzal had over 100 strange contraptions in his little museum and took great pride in understanding all of them. He often worked on them and kept them in good running condition. The Pleiadians have long understood the power of thought and the spiritual bonding that connects all living beings together through cosmic creation consciousness. Because of this, they are very protective of the consciousness of thought that is created by all who live on Era. Over thousands of years of development, their thought processes are tuned into one another at very high levels. If visitors to Era project negative thoughts, they will be asked to leave the planet quickly so as not to disturb the wonderful balance of thought energy that everyone enjoys. The ability to project one's thoughts to any other place on the planet is very common and is the socially accepted method of visiting each other. Telepathy, the ability to communicate by thought, is practiced by almost every Pleiadian. Devices such as phones are obviously non-existent. Try for a moment to envision what life would be like on Earth if everyone on the planet were contributing part of their thought energy to a common pool that was used to protect the health and well-being of all life on Earth, the animal kingdom, the food, the health of all inhabitants, the water, the plants, everything. There would be no greed, no hate, no anger, no racism, no sexism, no negative thinking, but only true understanding and love among everyone. Then, if anyone wished to connect with any other person individually, they could send them a message just like we do with email or phone. Even though most communication is psychic, there is still a tube type of system to travel documents around the planet. Humans can also travel to almost anywhere on the planet in a very short time. This tube system is mostly above ground and available to everyone. When you are riding on the tube, there is no sensation of movement because the problems of gravity and energy have long since been overcome by the Pleadians. The tube cars are something like our monorail systems on Earth, but in a vacuum and magnetic levitation, just like Jacques Fresco of the Venus Project predicted 50 years ago. As with other structures on Erra, the tubes can think and carry on a conversation with you about your destination and answer any questions that you may have about the scenery or topography or weather of the place you are going. Billy was only able to stay on Erra for 3 days with Quetzal and found it very hard to return to Earth. Life in the Pleiades was such a joy to the spirit that just the thought of returning to the low vibration consciousness of Earth was not very appealing. Quetzal had made it even harder by suggesting to Billy that he could move to Erra with his family if he liked and leave the cares of Earth behind. This was a very hard decision indeed, for life on Erra was very stimulating and creative. All the way home, Billy was thinking about it, but he knew he would have to stay on Earth to fulfill his mission that he had put so much energy into. The trip back to Earth took around 7 hours, giving Quetzal a chance to educate Billy on many other facts about his planet and its people. There were many similarities about Earth and Erra that were not accidental. After all, Earth had been originally colonized by the Pleiadian ancestors who had brought with them plants, animals, and foods from their own world. Over the past several thousand years, Earth had become much like Erra in many ways. The Pleiades! The Pleiades are a small cluster of stars located in the constellation of Taurus the Bull. During the winter months, you can look to the northern hemisphere, and if you look closely, you can see 6 or 7 little stars in a small cluster that are sometimes mistakenly called the Little Dipper. There are actually 7 main stars in the Pleiadian cluster, but usually only 6 can be seen by the naked eye. Depending on the time of night that you look at them, this little cluster may look like a small saucepan with the handle on the left side. Depending, of course, where you live on planet Earth. If this is your position, then you can move your eyes to the star in the top right corner. It is named Taygeta, and is the area where our visitors from the Pleiades live on Erra. If we were able to fly towards Taygeta and continue on past it for several more light years, there would be a group of 254 blue suns. Here, our ancestors live in a solar system much like our own. So much has been written about the Pleiades throughout our history. They are sometimes called our 7 sisters or the daughters of Zeus. In the Christian Bible, they are mentioned frequently as the 7 stars. The Kiowa Indians have a folktale that says 7 Indian maidens were being chased by bears. The Great Spirit came to protect the maidens by raising a giant tower to block the bears' path. The bears fought to reach the escaping maidens, but left powerful claw marks that are seen in today's Devil's Tower in Wyoming. The young maidens were then placed into the sky and became the 7 stars of the Pleiades by Great Spirit, who protected them in that way. The Pleiades also show up in Egypt, For those who study the geometry of the Great Pyramid, Cheops, on the Giza Plateau, many unusual mathematical coincidences present themselves. For instance, the rotation of our solar system about the Pleiades is approximately 25,827.5 years. And if you take the base diagonals of the pyramid at Cheops, which are 12,913.75 pyramidal inches, and multiply them by 2, you get exactly 25,827.5. Is there a connection? I wonder. Additionally, it must be mentioned that the Maya believe that 8 Pleiadians, 4 men and 4 women, came to Earth and brought with them corn and cacao and taught the Maya about their calendrical systems and how to build pyramids. It is not known from which planet or which star in the Pleiades that these Maya came. Merope. In 1771, an astronomer named Charles Meier was the first to chart the sparkling Pleiades. From atop a hotel in Paris, he charted 45 stars in the system. Some of them may have been planets. The Pleiades later became designated as M45 on the star chart. Several other observations and mappings have been made since then, and now it is believed that there are more than 2,300 stars in the Pleiades. Hera, the home planet of the Pleiadians, is located in the system around Tegeta, approximately 500 light-years from Earth. It is just 10% smaller than Earth and is rotating in a system with 8 other planets. Pleiadians now occupy 4 of the planets with cities and manufacturing. Less than 500,000 humans live on Hera. They have concluded that this is the ideal population for their world for several reasons. Their understanding of how the universe was created and how it is evolving, along with the creational spirit, has led them to regard planets as part of creation that are also evolving, and they therefore treat all planets with respect, just as they do animals, trees, and all other humans and non-humans in the universe. Population control has come about in a desire to keep their society spread out and sharing the resources of the planet equally. There is also the consideration that they like to live in connection with the spiritual energy produced by nature. This seems to require keeping the population at a certain level so as not to overpower nature's energy or draw too much resources from their loving planet. This is a rather refreshing attitude, since here on Earth the resources of our planet are considered to just be for the taking, and most people give the planet no consideration at all, and if they do, it's just thought of as some giant ball rotating through space, and we can do whatever we want with it. Many years ago, when the Pleadians first traveled to Earth, it was because of the similarities of the 2 planets, Hera and Earth. Not only is the breathable atmosphere similar, but nature is much the same on both planets as far as the oceans and mountains and plant life go. Over the years, the similarities are even closer, since samples of plants, minerals, and animals have been taken to the Pleiades and developed there, and they originally brought lots of plants, minerals, and animals with them to planet Earth. It is for this reason that the Pleiadians have found Earth to be so very comfortable to visit periodically. Language. The Pleiadian language is not so dissimilar to our own as far as the sound and phrases. For instance, in their language, an hour is called an odu, a day is called a musal, and a month is called an asar. It seems that the forefathers of the Pleiadians who visited Earth influenced our civilization many, many times in our past. And they have left behind the influence of their language, which has worked its way into some of the languages we have on Earth. For instance, citizens of Era may pass each other and offer a simple greeting to one another by saying, Salom, a word which means peace and wisdom. In Hebrew, we find the word shalom, which means peace, and is normally used as a greeting or farewell. This word was influenced by distant relatives of the Pleiadians over 9,000 years ago. Era, the home planet. The planet Era has a green sky atmosphere which they control. It contributes to their health and stress-free way of life. Pleiadians on Era sleep only a few hours a day because they have an advanced method of psychic control that induces deep sleep very quickly. Most of the food they ate is still grown in the ground nearby their homes and is affected by collective thoughts that control the digestive system. So they don't have to eat much at all, and the energy from the food seems to last them much longer. They explained again that on many occasions they have brought foods, plants, and animals from Earth and other planets to their home, which gives them a rich selection and variety to choose from. They have a very high technical understanding of how food affects their thinking process and emotional states. They are primarily vegetarians, but sometimes indulge in a small amount of meat when they feel they are becoming a little too dreamy or spacey or airy or lightheaded. They have discovered that meat gives you grounding in your thinking, so they have engineered a small animal which looks something like a rabbit that supplies all of their meat. They normally would not eat any other living creature, so this one was chosen because of its low evolution. On a visit to Era, we would find the passing of day and night, the temperature, and the climate to all be very familiar to us. As Billy experienced, even the air would be very healthy for us. The oxygen content of the atmosphere in Era is 32.4%. with traces of argon and other gases at 0.3%, and nitrides around 67.3%. Surface gravity is 0.003 higher than Earth, and the density is 5.521, while the inclination of the axis angle is 22.99 degrees. The diameter of their planet at the equator is 12,749 kilometers, as the planet travels at 11.19 kilometers per second through space. Remarkably, their annual rotation is 365.25 days. Additionally, one day is 23 hours and 59 minutes. While the existence of a moon is not known, they keep a calendar of 13 months of 28 days, with a compensation of one extra month every 23 years. Living in a parallel world. When the ancestors of the Pleiadians, those ancient Lyran warriors led by Asael, were traveling through space and looking for a home, an error was made, and their fleet slipped a half-second out of normal time and landed in a part of the Pleiades that is not in the same dimension as Earth. Because of this, if we were to fly to the Pleiades that we see in the night sky, we would not find any life there, but instead an uninhabitable planet with a very young blue sun. The Pleiadians live in a half-second dimension out of that time frame we are in. When they come to Earth, they have to make a slight adjustment in their instruments to compensate for the difference in time and dimension in order for their ships to be seen, or else we could not perceive them at all. The Pleiadians are far older than we are in reference to their number of lifetimes they have led, and they now live a much more spiritual life. This means they are experiencing and learning more with their spiritual senses than with their physical material senses. The focus on spirituality is also part of why their average lifespan is 700 years long. They are human, just like us, with almost no differences. There are Pleiadians with every skin tone on Earth, but the white ones are whiter than ours, and their hair is usually white as well. It is a natural function of evolution that the body material becomes less dense, with less differentiation in pigmentation through multiple lifetimes, and the Pleiadians are several million years older than we are as spirit forms. When they first settled on the worlds that they now live on, they were 7 to 9 meters tall, approximately 21 to 28 feet tall. Their body size changed quickly within a few lifetimes because of the planet they live on, and they now are about the same size as Earth humans. They have no medical problems whatsoever, for they control their health through psychic balance. They feel that here on Earth all of our medical problems are caused by illogical thinking and poor choices. As we create our reality with our thoughts, we are forming harmful energetic charges which have negative effects on all of the cells in our bodies. These thought energies can be measured in polarities, such as positive or negative charges of electricity. If we continue with illogical thinking, we are creating charges of energy that depolarize the cells and have an effect on the performance of each individual cell, which causes illness faster and faster. It has long been known in some societies on Earth that our thoughts play an important part in our health and can contribute to a longer life, especially in the Eastern cultures where meditation is practiced as a means of controlling their thinking. In Western culture, we don't try to prevent illness through controlling our thoughts, but instead, we wait until the illness is obvious and then we treat it with chemicals, which are designed not to treat the source of the illness, but to put a chemical band-aid over top of the symptoms. Additionally, the American medical system wishes to never heal anyone, but keep them plugged in to the system for as long as possible. The Pleiadians say that they are not superhuman with great powers that we may think they possess. They are humans just like us, who benefit from the knowledge of many lifetimes. They are not teachers or missionaries in particular, and do not come on behalf of any god to give us the long-awaited peace, as cosmic creation consciousness does not confer any obligation on them to do so. They understand our right of free will and free choice to evolve on our own, and they remind us that peace will come only when the people of Earth take accountability for their own lives and learn to create their own reality. Relying on or believing that someone else or some other power is going to bring peace will make sure it never happens. The Pleiadians feel an obligation to other life forms to help out, but they will not interfere. Born in the Pleiades. Pleiadian men and women marry and have children just like we do. Probably the major difference in being born in the Pleiades is that their understanding of the reason for a birth is a little bit different from ours, due to their spiritual development being so much more advanced. Here on Earth, we're at a complete loss to provide the validity for reincarnation, but in the Pleiades it has become an exact science, allowing them to understand exactly who wants to be reborn and what the purpose is of their reincarnation. You see, many of the more spiritually advanced leaders of Era have the ability to make spiritual connection with the incoming person and read who they have been in their past life and what their purpose is of coming into this new life. A mother, for instance, will make a point of trying to find out what the name of the incoming person wants to call themselves, since the Pleiadians feel a person's name is an expression of not only their spiritual development, but has meaning relating to the path of education that their soul wishes to learn in that lifetime. They think of the incoming spirit as a person who has lived many other lifetimes and is beginning a new one for a specific reason or reasons. Because of this, they are reminded that this incoming spirit form has led many lives before and is now coming out of a sleep-like state to start another life. The idea of age means nothing when you consider that all of us have been young, middle-aged, and old many times before. To think that you are better, smarter, or somehow more advanced than someone who is younger than you is an impossible train of thought in the Pleiades. When a couple decides they would like to have a child, they meditate and contact or ask to be contacted by a soul who wishes to be reincarnated through them. Together, they open a window of opportunity so that the soul may come back into material life through them. The decision as to which parents the spirit form will come into is not entirely up to the soul or the parents, although there is a tendency for a spirit form to stay within the same family if possible, which opens up the possibility that your great-grandfather might become your daughter. Cosmic creation consciousness and angels, we may call them, have something to do with the mechanism of parent selection as well. This process is not completely understood by the Pleiadians because they recognize the importance of mystery in all things. They have, however, advanced to the point of spiritual understanding and cognition that allows them to procreate or cause people to be born at a certain time, such as they did with the old spirit form from La Son. But they seldom do that. They are also able to contact a soul when it is on the other side, but they do not recommend it, saying it is uncomfortable for the spirit form. The soul does not know any more than it did when it was in material life, and usually does not want to be bothered. Once a woman becomes pregnant, within 3 weeks the incoming soul will decide whether or not to inhabit the new body that is being created. Abortion is allowed only in those first 3 weeks. This is the level of understanding and morality on the Pleiadian world. The mother and father both contribute some of their genetics in forming the body for the incoming person, of course. Later, as the brain is forming, the incoming soul will send impulses to signify how many brain connectors to create. So the wisdom of the spirit form is carrying from many other accumulated lifetimes can be handled by the brain once it is formed. Once the brain is developed, the spirit form then transfers a copy of all of its desired wisdom to bring with it on this time into the developing brain, where it will park its consciousness. During the following months of pregnancy, the mother will attempt to make spiritual contact with the incoming soul many, many times to become better acquainted, so she will have a better understanding of how to help out this person with their new life. The parents will know very soon if the incoming child was a relative in their recent past, and they are able to understand the path of learning that the individual is on. They can look into the previous lifetimes and see if there are emotional instabilities of any kind that need to be dealt with, or if there were events during that life that left trauma or mental illness that should be addressed. Remember With an average lifetime of 700 years, they would know each other for approximately 600 years. They can tell if the spirit form was a happy and well-balanced person, or plagued with residual hostilities or anger, and what may have caused it. During the pregnancy, the parents will be able to learn much about the person coming in, so that they may have a much clearer understanding of how to assist them in their new incarnation. Since Pleiadian women are not possessive of the incoming person and do not consider them a creation of their own, it's more like a partnership with another soul. There is a more open attitude taken towards raising a child and sharing its development with others in the community, especially with other members of the family. This would seem very peculiar on Earth, since we think of our children as our own creations to mold and shape in our image. How often have you seen a proud parent boast that his son will become a great football player, or a doctor, or work in the family business? And isn't it common for us to guide our children to an image that we hold of them? If we stop for an instant and view our children as an eternal soul that is on a path of evolution and discovery and experience and learning for their own self, we might start to find some explanations for behavior that we are not able to understand, and possible personality traits that don't make sense to us. If we recognize that our children are eternal souls who have lived countless lives before and have brought forward wisdom from previous lives and goals for this one, we can begin to understand why we all have different aptitudes and different levels of intelligence and knowledge. Sometimes some children in a family seem completely different to the rest of the family. Yay! We are all on our own paths of discovery and learning and need different information at different times in order to continue to evolve. We do not learn the same lessons in life at the same time, so we must learn to give each other space to seek out answers to questions that are needed for our continued spiritual growth. Life is like a school where we are all in different grades and different classes. Some of us have teachers that love to play games, and some are very strict. Once the individual is born on Era, they have the capacity to understand their past lives and their chosen lessons in this new lifetime. Since the Pleiadians do not treat children as their own property, they give unconditional love and attention to all children and help each other with their education. Newly born people are helped emotionally and mentally by shielding them from any negativity until they can learn to think and understand themselves well enough to cope. The first 10 years of their lives are spent in education, which helps them gain complete understanding of whom they are and the path of growth that they chose for this lifetime. In other words, they are helped to understand the meaning and purpose of their past lives before they have to go out and deal with their current one. Only positive influences and environments are provided during these first 10 years, so they can become completely secure and well-balanced within themselves. And then they are ready to be exposed to the various forces when they are better able to deal with them. Here on Earth, there is not yet an understanding of how to communicate well enough with an incoming spirit form to learn about their previous life, so we can't understand how to help them. We are simply born and thrown into a hostile world and forced to manufacture defensive emotions and behavior patterns to survive. Our lives on Earth are mostly hard and difficult, since we have no idea why we are here or what we're supposed to be doing. Not to mention living in a civilization that is controlled by power-hungry Darktilians who seek to control others, instead of living in a world based on love and wisdom. After those first 10 years of self-discovery, the next 70 years of life in the Pleiades are spent in further education. Maybe up to 20 professions are learned. Once they leave their educational years, they work 4 hours a day approximately and spend another 4 hours pursuing the proper balance of creativity and spiritual growth. Since Pleiadians believe the purpose of the material life is to gather information through the physical senses and then feed the soul the wisdom learned by the experience, the emphasis is put on personal growth and achievement based on what is good for the individual. The basic philosophy is understanding the importance of personal spiritual growth by taking 100% accountability for themselves and not relying on a god or a myth or an idol or a hero or any other outside influence whatsoever to solve their problems or take care of their own learning. Instead, the ability to communicate with one's own higher self is fostered, so each individual can easily come into contact with cosmic creational consciousness, which guides all beings in the universe. Only through understanding and cognition of the laws of cosmic creation consciousness can one ever hope to evolve their soul. The Pleadian Mission, A Time of Awareness, by Randolph Winters, Part 7. Pleadian Economics. The Pleiadians have no economies as we know it, but do have a system of sharing the resources of their world. Each person is encouraged to develop to their full potential, and then bring those abilities into society. Material possessions are all provided based on their contribution to the community. They carry no coins or credit cards or wallets or cash or any monetary. They obviously carry no coins or credit cards or paper money or wallets at all. As a matter of fact, the Pleiadians mentioned that we Earth humans have the only paper money that they have ever seen on any planet they've been to. This, by the way, is exactly what Jacques Fresco of the Venus Project has hypothesized with his concept of a resource-based economy almost 50 years ago. The Pleiadians are in contact with many worlds, but have not found another planet as totally engrossed in the pursuit of money as we are. They even observed that we use economics as a weapon. We actually make war with economics instead of simply using it as a method of keeping balance. On a Pleiadian planet, all things are provided in their society, since achievement for the sake of material possessions leads to greed, hate, and anger, and that detracts from spiritual growth. Since most of the citizens are telepathic, it is not possible for them to deceive or mislead each other, and this provides for an environment of truth and honesty among all. Because of this, everyone is able to share in the resources of their worlds in accordance to their contributions without the fear of greed and power. This has made their life much more pleasurable and relaxing and creates an environment where the quality of life for every being is considerably higher. Pleiadian government. The Pleiadian civilization spent thousands of years at war until they came across a race of highly developed beings in the Andromeda galaxy who were in the last stages of physical life. By the calendar here on Earth, this would have been around the year 10 AD. This race of beings was far more advanced than the Pleiadians, for they had lived many, many more lifetimes and accumulated almost total knowledge of the 3D existence and the logic of cosmic creation consciousness. The time had come for the Andromedans when they were ready to evolve beyond their physical bodies, and consequently relied solely on their spiritual consciousness for daily interaction. The Pleiadians made the decision to take the advice of these advanced beings and to abide by their suggestions, which quickly led to peace and the end of war in the Pleiades. The Pleiadians now have a high council, composed of the more spiritually advanced, who interpret the wisdom from the Andromedans and spread the information to all 4 of the Pleiadian planets circling Taygeta. All citizens who wish to, in the Pleiades, take part in the decisions that are made, which make the laws by which they all live. This is done through a system of voting similar to ours, only it takes a very high percentage of the voting public to agree before anything is passed. In some cases, everyone must agree before a change is made. This is done to encourage a feeling of unity and peace, and to take into consideration the views of everyone before making one's own choices, and then before making changes. The Pleiadians are just one member of an alliance of civilizations that take advice from the beings from Andromeda. This includes thousands of different planets scattered all over the Andromeda galaxy and our own Milky Way, creating a total population of about 130 billion people. Not all developed races belong to this alliance, but those who do adhere to certain rules governing civilizations that are developing, such as ours on planet Earth at this time. In the Pleiades, each planet governs itself in a unitary type system, but is subordinate to the Pleiadian High Council, which is located on Era, and is the central government, as it were. This council is composed of half spiritual and half material, or semi-spiritual, semi-material creatures, which are Pleiadian human life forms with enormous knowledge. It is the High Council's function to be in contact with very high, pure spiritual forms, the Andromedans, for advice, which is impossible for purely material people, because the energy oscillations of the spiritual spheres are just too high for the average human, even Pleiadian, to comprehend. The Pleiadians belong to this alliance, which includes races from the neighboring universe called the Dal universe, which tries to regulate peace in certain areas of other universes through the use of giant spacecraft. The patrols that watch over Earth report that there are many space travelers who visit here, not all from our universe. Each year, around 3,000 ships are granted permission to enter our atmosphere, but only a small percentage are interested in making contact. The rest are just here to observe. And then it is usually only telepathic. As of 1976, the writing of this book, the Pleiadians stated that there were 7 other races besides themselves that maintained semi-permanent bases here on Earth. Alliance with Earth. We are told that the Pleiadians abide by rules that do not allow them to interfere in our political or power structures here on Earth, provided that we are confined to our own solar system. Once we have the technical ability to leave our solar system under our own power and move out into free space, then we will come into contact with other races, including the Pleiadians, who might try to influence us in certain ways. They want to make it very clear that we, the people of Earth, must be very careful with whom we align ourselves. For there are many races out there who are very barbaric and would take us over in a minute or destroy us altogether without thought or guilt. They hope that we may choose to align ourselves with the Pleadians and other peaceful races, but the time is rapidly approaching that we may have to defend ourselves from an attack from space, because Earth is becoming very well known in this area of the galaxy. The Pleiadians afford us some measure of protection by making their presence known to these incoming ships through a network that surrounds our planet, but it is not clear to what extent they would go to defend us from invasion. Occasionally, ships piloted by dangerous races come into the Earth atmosphere and take humans for experiments unbeknownst to the Pleiadians. Love and marriage. Pleiadians fall in love, marry, create families, and raise children just as we do. Although nothing is known about the marriage ceremonies themselves, we have been told that multiple marriages are common. It is quite normal for Pleiadians to be involved in 2 or 3 marriages concurrently. This makes sense when you remember their lifespans are approximately 850 years long. The system seems to work quite well for them due to an emotional stability in their society that has all but eliminated jealousy and possessiveness and ownership whatsoever. Families will generally live on the same land, but in different houses, while the responsibility for raising children is shared by all. Divorce is not allowed, because they feel this is an offense against the laws of cosmic creation consciousness. If the marriage laws are broken, the partners are exiled from the planet, but this almost never happens. They believe in many kinds or levels or varieties or types of love, especially in friendship and marriage, which are very closely related, as well as for the love of all living creatures. In the rare case that a Pleiadian chose to marry someone of a less spiritually evolved or more spiritually evolved race than themselves, then it is provided that the spiritual evolution of the less evolved life form could be accelerated to meet the evolved level of the partner. This is done through a transplant of amino acids into the brain that contain the evolutionary wisdom of the higher evolved race, causing a rapid increase in their development. Apparently, this process works quite well and becomes a permanent part of the evolution of the recipient. Landing on the White House lawn. There is no plan to land on the White House lawn or any other similar situation. The Pleiadians have been listening to the thoughts of most world leaders for over 100 years and believe that all earthly governments are only interested in power and control, and have little interest in anything else. An examination of the thoughts of our leaders shows them to all be power-crazy individuals who look at extraterrestrials as a source of control to conquer the cosmos, when, in fact, they cannot even create peace on their own world. A possible meeting was once discussed with certain officials of the American government, and the Pleiadians agreed to meet with a small group. As the Pleiadians listened to the thoughts of the officials who were planning the meeting, it was discovered that they were planning to kill them at the meeting site so that they could obtain the beam ship the Pleiadians came in. This sort of thinking has led to the Pleiadians having no trust in our officials, thereby making any sort of face-to-face communication with us almost impossible. At the time of writing, it was estimated that it might be around 300 years before any type of face-to-face social contact would be possible, due to the enormous gap in our spiritual and moral understandings. However, there has been a very rapid advance since 2012, and it may be that face-to-face contact is imminent. Open contact. The Pleiadians are still here on Earth and occasionally visit Billy and others whom they're interested in, but we have not reached the time of public awareness and open contact as a society. It is very exciting to think that this may be the possibility within a few years. For me, and for many of you, the ability to go and visit a civilization on another planet is a very exciting idea. To visit another world and see how they live would be a dream come true. Being exposed to so many new ideas, experiences, and so much knowledge would probably be overwhelming. It would certainly be hard to return to Earth after experiencing the consciousness of a highly developed society. When this does happen, and some of us get to visit the Pleiades and return to tell of our experiences, like Billy did, the Earth will forever change and leave behind its adolescence. The paradigms that hold our society together will vanish and be replaced with new concepts and ideas that will leave a great mark in history. The beam ship's photo proofs. Over a 2-year period, Semjase allowed Billy to take hundreds of photos of her spacecraft. She did this purposefully, as a method of proof to awaken the minds of Earthmen to the idea that they are not alone. Over the years, millions of people have looked at Billy's beautiful pictures and felt something stir inside them. To some people it brings on feelings of familiarity or just the excitement of knowing someone is out there. In any case, there is no question that Semjase's decision to let her ship be photographed has gone a long way in opening the minds of many people on Earth. Silvano sees a ship. Since Billy had been allowed to take pictures of the Pleiadian beam ships, I was curious if any other Figu members had ever taken any. It seemed likely that some of the others around the center might have had the opportunity to take some pictures also. I spent most of my mornings helping out around the farm. It was great exercise and gave me a chance to somewhat earn my keep. The work around the center was organized by a fellow named Silvano. He was a young man who had brought his wife and baby to the center to learn about Billy's contacts. He had decided to stay on for a while to learn what he could, working with the farm in exchange for his room and board. I had spent a lot of time with Silvano over the past few weeks, and of course, we had spent many hours discussing the Pleiadian material. Silvano was a very kind and friendly person. He had a big smile and open face that let you know immediately that you were welcome in his life. His sensitive nature and his inquisitive mind had led him to Billy to discover what he could about the messages from the stars. In this respect, we had a lot in common. I asked him if he had ever taken any pictures of the Pleiadian beam ships, and he remarked that he hadn't. He had seen them, but didn't have a camera with him at the time. It had happened on a clear, sunny afternoon, just as he had finished some of his chores and was cleaning up in the kitchen. He was washing his hands in the sink and glanced out the window that offered a view of the large valley that spread out next to the center. At first he thought the light was playing tricks on his eyes because a flash of silver was dancing in the sunlight about a mile away. Catching his attention, the silver flash began to move slowly across the valley as he closely watched through the window. Silvano quickly moved from the sink and out the back door to get a better look. The silver object had moved in closer and he could clearly make it out. It was a round silver beam ship, just like the ones in the photos Billy had taken. It suddenly changed directions a couple of times and it quietly flew over the trees. Then, with a quick move, it came closer, stopped, and hovered in the air. It was gently rocking like a boat in the water, an action that Billy had described several times himself. Then, without making a sound, it suddenly just blinked out of sight and disappeared. Silvano was just left standing there with a big smile on his face. He had been at the center for over a year, and now he had seen real proof of the existence of the Pleiadian beam ships. A birthday party. I had become pretty good friends with a lady named Bruni, who was kind enough to spend many of her evenings with me answering all of my questions. She had moved to Switzerland from Germany with her son to also learn from Billy. I told her about some of the experiences that Silvano had, seeing the Pleadian beam ships, and wondered if Bruni had seen them as well. She remarked that she had seen them on several occasions, but remembered her first experience most vividly than the others. It was on February 3rd, 1984, Billy's birthday. Bruni had just become a member of the Figu, and had only been at the center for a couple of weeks. Since she had a son and a job in a neighboring city, she had taken an apartment in the nearby town of Willa, in order to be close to the center and her work. In honor of Billy's birthday, she had gone to the center to have dinner with the rest of the group. They were all sitting around the kitchen table when all of a sudden Billy straightened up in his chair, his soft blue eyes becoming brighter, as if something was happening to him. Bruni couldn't help but notice the change and was just staring at him. Someone mentioned that this was common when he was receiving a telepathic message from the Pleiadians. Apparently he was about to have a contact. Poppy, Billy's wife, had gotten him his coat. After all, it was wintertime and very cold in Switzerland. As soon as Billy was dressed, he walked to the back door of the kitchen, adjusted his coat, and walked out the door. Bruni was naturally very excited by all of this and rushed over to the window to see what was going on. By the time she reached the window, Billy was nowhere in sight. He had vanished without leaving a footstep in the snow. Bruni was very excited, but was soon calmed by the others, who had become accustomed to this sort of thing. It was only a few minutes later when suddenly Billy reappeared from the living room. He didn't appear cold, his jacket was undone, and there was no snow on his boots. Billy informed everyone that he had been gone for a couple of hours. It seems that Semjase had come to see him on his birthday. Even though he had been in the ship with her for a couple of hours, she had shifted time and returned him about 10 minutes after he left, so as not to spoil the family party in the kitchen. Bruni was quite excited to have witnessed this event, which cleared any doubts she may have had about Billy's experiences. Bruni said that she often sees the Pleiadian beam ships in the sky around the center. It is not uncommon to see them late at night, simply flying by as if to say hello. Since I seemed so interested, she produced a photo album that contained many photos of the alien crafts. These had all been taken by Billy on different occasions. The intriguing part was that many of these photos have not been seen before by the public. One fascinating photo was of a beam ship that Bruni called the wedding cake ship. It was a new experimental design with some kind of round metal balls all over it. It did look a little bit like a wedding cake. I had seen one picture of this ship in America, and here were over a dozen photos of this strange craft, in trees, over vans, and on the ground in front of the farmhouse. One special picture caught my eye, and had been taken right over the van that I was living in behind the main house at the center. Another shot that fascinated me had been taken of the ship as it was hovering a few feet off the ground among many trees. The size of the ship was obvious in comparison to the surrounding trees. It also looked very alien compared to the normal saucer-like ships. Bruni explained that the Pleiadians allowed Billy to take pictures of the older saucer-like ships, since that image was more comfortable to most of us and would not cause as much fear. The next day at the center I saw Billy and asked if I could get copies of some of the photos for myself. He was happy to oblige and suggested that I look through all of the photo albums. There were around 1,100 photos in very large albums. They were all numbered, so I could easily identify the ones I wanted. I picked about a dozen that caught my eye, and later that afternoon, Poppy gave me the copies. I think that was the day that I started staring at the sky a lot. I had a camera with me and became a little excited about the idea of capturing a photo myself. I realized that it had been several years since the physical contacts had stopped, but if they still came by, even for a tiny hello, perhaps I could get a picture. I asked Billy if he knew when they might be coming by, for I would very much like to see one for myself. He just smiled and nodded. The Pleadian beam ships. On Earth, when we see a strange object in our skies, we call it a UFO or flying saucer, or UAP recently. UFO stands for Unidentified Flying Object, but we may have to coin a new phrase now that we are in contact with the Pleiadians and know where they come from. Perhaps we could call them IFOs, for Identified Flying Objects, or PFOs, Pleiadian Flying Object. The Pleiadians, however, call their small ships beam ships. The name comes from one of the first drive systems they developed, which relied on light-emitting devices to create power, hence the name beam ship. The ships are equipped with two drive systems, one for speeds up to the speed of light and another for beyond the light barrier. A beam ship is a small spacecraft capable of carrying 3 passengers from one place in the galaxy to another. It is a very common way to travel for the citizens of the Pleiades. Many different sizes and shapes are made depending on the intended use. The saucer shape that is often seen on Earth is used on planets where there is an atmosphere or water. Giant ships of unusual shapes are also used to house and transport large numbers of Pleiadians in open space. The Pleiadians allowed photographs of their beam ships to be made purposefully. They are aware that a great number of people on Earth have lived previous lives where Pleiadian beam ship technology touched down on Earth at those times. Because of this, when we see the photos, many of us will not be afraid. For many people, the sight of a beam ship may actually seem familiar and jog some old memories from the past lives of the soul. At any rate, the design of the ship will seem non-threatening and comfortable to most of us and provide a level of proof that life on other worlds does in fact exist. Beam ships are 7 meters in diameter and have interplanetary capabilities. They are most commonly used for short trips between planets because of their small interior. If longer trips are required or more passengers needed, then larger ships that are more comfortable are used. The beam ship weighs only 1.5 tons and does not have time travel capability like many of the other designs. The beam ship engines use an implosion type of system rather than explosion, causing matter to be converted back into something useful. The energy of the ship goes out the bottom and is reclaimed at the top. As it moves around the ship, the energy seems to distort all that is around it, causing the trees and the surroundings to bend and distort. The field of energy around the ship causes the bottom to appear blue in color. Some of the distortion is caused by the energy screens that are projected by the ship for protection. Beam ships are used like we use cars. They are usually made for the individual and are connected to their thinking through organic intelligence. Pictures of the ship are only possible when they allow it, for the screens of their ship can also control the line of vision. In many of the photos, the beam ships were over a house or a small community while the pictures were being taken, but regular people could not see the craft. The antennae guide beam on top of the ship is used to detect different kinds of energy. As an example, on one occasion, the Pleiadians asked for some photos that had been taken of the ship, which included the antennae on top of the craft. They wanted the negatives and the camera for a while because they wanted to see how sensitive the film was to picking up the energies. An examination of the film by the Pleiadians revealed the energies from Saturn around the antenna, as they had suspected. Billy was told that these energies would have an effect on our thoughts, causing many people on Earth to be grumpy or moody for the next few months. This strange energy would also cause the magnetic energy created by the ship's drive system to be visible to the naked eye for the same period. The inside of the ship has 3 seats that fold out into sleeping couches. Most of the console of the ship is filled with different kinds of screens for obtaining information. There is a greenish-yellow light inside that is generated by the windows, and they appear orange on the outside. Those windows are intelligent and control the ability to leave the ship. If the atmosphere outside is hostile, the windows will sense it and not allow the pit of the ship to open without the person wearing a protective suit. As the ship leaves the atmosphere, the color of the windows becomes clear. The shape of the ship is designed for the least resistance in an atmosphere and provides the largest surface area to enable the drive system to be the most effective. The ships are protected by an energy force field that allows the atmosphere to glide away instead of pushing against it. This protective field must be designed in such a way that it gives a little, so as not to create resistance, or else it will slow down the ship, keeping it from reaching the speeds it must attain for travel. The protective field also neutralizes the attractive gravity of our planet. They are, in a sense, diverting gravity, anti-gravitic. The ship then acts as a small planet itself with its own gravitational force. The clothing that the Pleiadians wear can create the same effect as the protection girdle on the ships. They are worn outside the ships when on hostile planets. There is no feeling of movement inside the ship when it is flying, for it creates its own specific gravity and protects the inhabitants from any outside forces. Even when the ship is making sharp turns at tremendous speeds, there is no feeling of motion inside. There are many different types of information screens built into the consoles of the ships. They can be used for information about their own flight, the planets they're approaching, the atmospheres and the life forms and the history of that planet. The screens are telepathically controlled like all of the functions on the ship and can display important information about any kind of life forms, such as the time of birth and the expected length of an individual's lifespan. It can also be used to interpret the thoughts, feelings, and language of any individual in the universe. The trip from Era, the Pleiadian home planet, takes 7 hours to reach Earth. They feel this is a long time to travel in a small ship. The total distance from Era to Earth is around 500 light-years, which is a considerable distance. Here on Earth, we're used to measuring things in miles in America. For instance, it's approximately 400 miles from Los Angeles to San Francisco by car. If we drove that distance, it would take about 7 hours, traveling at an average speed of 55 miles per hour. This is the same amount of time it takes a beam ship to travel 500 light-years from the Pleiades. We can envision the distance from Los Angeles to San Francisco since it is familiar to many. But a light-year? How far is that? Light travels at the speed of 186,000 miles in 1 second. That means that if we multiply the speed of light times 60, we get 11,160,000 miles in 1 minute. And then multiply that by another 60, and we get 600,000 miles in 1 hour. A light year is the distance that light will travel in 1 year at that speed, which is 5,856,696,000,000 miles approximately. that is so fast that our minds have nothing to relate it to. Here's an example that may help. It's approximately 24,000 miles around the Earth's equator. If we used a flashlight as a light source and shined it due east, the light would travel around the Earth 7.75 times in 1 second. The light from the sun takes 8.3 minutes to travel the 93 million miles to Earth before it hits our eyes. Even if we could travel at the speed of light in a beam ship, theoretically, it would still take us 500 years to get to the Pleiades. How then are they able to get here in only 7 hours? The answer lies in the fact that beam ships do not fly at the speed of light, but have the technology to convert themselves into fine matter particles that travel much faster. This is possible by traveling through what is called hyperspace, thereby making it possible to travel billions of miles in just 1 second. In order to understand this, a brief explanation of time and space is necessary, which will make all of this clear. You and I live in a 3D world of planets, suns, and galaxies. It is a material place that we can see and touch. The Pleiadians call it the coarse matter world, since it is material and appears solid. Time is energy. It cannot be seen, but it is energy that causes the rotation and movement of the 3D world we live in. It is a wave of pulse energy, a pulse wave that moves through all matter, causing rotation, movement, and pulsation and vibration of all matter. Time controls the normal speed of all matter until something comes along and changes it. Time is considered fine matter since it is not solid and exists only in an energy form. Without time, space would stop moving. So, we live in a space that is affected by the energy of time. The space we live in is comprised of different kinds of matter, carbon, hydrogen, zinc, etc., and the other elements that make up all of the matter in our 3D dimensional space. But the universe has other dimensions that do not contain the same chemical matter as the 3D part we live in. Hyperspace is just one of those areas. There are different kinds of energy particles that are moving at much higher speeds because time is different there, and time does not exist in hyperspace the same as it does in other dimensions. The beam ships have the technology to move themselves into hyperspace and convert themselves into high-speed particles that exist there. Then they can travel much faster, going billions of miles in 1 second. Once they arrive at their destination, they then re-enter normal space and convert themselves back to their original form. The time in hyperspace is virtually instantaneous, and the passengers have no awareness whatsoever what has happened. Let's say we've borrowed a beam ship and decided to travel to the Pleiades. We don't know how to fly it, so we follow the instruction manual to guide us through the procedures. We leave Earth at 12 noon for the Pleiades and begin to fly out of our solar system. The manual tells us how to set the proper coordinates, so we're going in the right direction. We begin to travel at several million miles per hour and are gaining speed as we go. As we speed up to the speed of light, we begin to feel strange in the body. Something is wrong, so we refer to the manual. It says we are suffering from the effects of mass-speed correlation. What is that, and how do we solve it? The problem is that as we accelerate in speed, our bodies are increasing in mass, and we are becoming, therefore, dysfunctional. If this continues, we will die. If you're in a car and traveling down the highway and put your hand out the window, you can feel the resistance of the wind, right? Air is very powerful indeed. And if a vehicle goes fast enough, it can catch enough of the wind to fly into the air if it has wings. In other words, air is slowly developing into mass of resistance. In space there is no air, but there is mass. When you go fast enough, the mass of space will build up just like the wind, and you have resistance. If you continue to go even faster, the mass builds up around your body and would crush you. So the mass-speed correlation means that as we increase in speed, there is a buildup of mass that would destroy us and the ship if we continued. So how do we protect ourselves? The manual says to turn on the protective energy screens that surround the beam ship, and we will be protected from the mass-speed correlation. These energy screens surround the beam ship and isolate the ship from the mass of space. This bubble will also protect us from any debris we may run into in space. Energy screens also form anti-gravity. So now we are traveling in a beam ship which is surrounded by a protective field of energy that creates its own gravity. Inside of the ship we have created a mini world with our own specific gravitational field, so we are separated from any force of energy outside the ship. This enables our ship to make any changes in course, and we will have no feeling of that. We are only aware of the gravitational field inside the ship. We are protected from all other space. It feels just like being on the ground, with no sensation of movement whatsoever. Now that the protective energy screens have been turned on, we are feeling better and continue the journey. Soon we notice that we are traveling at almost the speed of light, and will soon make the change into hyperspace and reappear in the Pleiades. The manual says we must wait until we are 153,000,001 kilometers past the last planet's orbit in our solar system before making the move into hyperspace. This is a safety precaution, since the changeover into hyperspace creates a rip, or a small tear in the fabric of time, which can sometimes pull objects other than the beam ship into it. It is also possible to cause a disturbance in the orbit of planets if we do this too close to them. Our instruments tell us that we are approaching the safety distance, so we can get ready to make the move into hyperspace. We've now been traveling for 3.5 hours. Fortunately for us, it says in the manual that the process of moving into hyperspace is automatic. There's nothing for us to do. Thank you, beam ship. It even mentions that we won't feel anything during the change. As the ship approaches light speed, we can tell by our instruments that the protective energy screens are holding back tremendous energy. If they should fail, we would be crushed instantly from the incredible mass pressing against our protective energy screens. It takes a tremendous amount of energy for the solid matter of the ship and its passengers to be converted into fine matter that can then move through hyperspace. The Pleiadians have developed a technology that uses the tremendous pressure of the mass of space that is pressing in on us as the force to make the conversion. The first step in moving the beam ship into hyperspace is to turn off the protective screens, which immediately causes an enlargement of the mass. The tremendous energy that is rushing in on the ship is used to facilitate the changing of the matter of the beam ship into fine matter energy. We have created a distortion of time and dematerialize ourselves. At the exact moment that we are converted, we must make the move into hyperspace, for if we don't, there will be a catastrophe. We have just been converted into light that exists in hyperspace, but we are still in our normal 3D world. In order to make the movement into hyperspace, a dilation of time is caused. Einstein's theory of relativity goes only to a certain point, because it's relative. At the exact moment of the dilation of time, the breaking open of hyperspace occurs and the ship and crew in the new light form move into hyperspace, also called null time. In hyperspace, we are moving so fast that we appear paralyzed relative to the normal world. We can cross the 500 light years of distance to the Pleiades in approximately 1/1,000,000th of a second. This wonderful technology of the Pleiadians understands how to guide us into hyperspace and how to return us to the normal 3D world at the right location. We do not have to press any buttons. This is done by reversing the process that put us in hyperspace, causing us to leave the null time dimension and causing the dilation in time again, whereby we are reformed from light back into the physical state. Within a fraction of a millionth of a second, we find ourselves just outside the Pleiadian solar system at a safe distance of 153 million kilometers. A glance at our watch shows it's still 3:30. Our time in hyperspace, null time, was so short that we were not aware of time passing. We were out of our bodies for part of a second, though. We were not in material existence, but were in an energy state of light while in hyperspace. And it will now take us another 3.5 hours to fly into the solar system of Taygeta and land on the planet Era in the Pleiades. When we get there, it will be 7 o'clock on our Earth watches. Thanks to the technology of the Pleiadians, everything went well, and we made it to our destination. Things don't always go well, though, as this is a very difficult technology to understand and even harder to put into use. While we were in hyperspace, we could have slipped in time and been lost forever. This is caused in the transition from physical to light. If the speed of our fine matter energy form had accelerated slightly differently, we could have slipped millions of years into the future or past. A single second in hyperspace equals millions and millions of years in normal space. This means that if our speed had not remained constant for the part of the second, this means that if our relative speed had not remained constant for the fraction of the second that we were in hyperspace, we could have returned to our normal physical bodies and been millions or even billions of years out of time. It is possible to remain in hyperspace for longer periods of time to cross greater distances, but the technology to control the speed while in the fine matter state is even more important during those longer distances. Most races in the universe who develop this technology experience difficulty with this process, including many of our forefathers who have had to fight these same problems and are now lost in time forever to us. And many time travelers have become stuck on Earth due to the same process. The Pleadian Mission, A Time of Awareness, by Randolph Winters. Part 8. The metal of the beam ships. The metal used in the ships is a soft metal, which is a combination of materials from lead contained in the atmospheres of stars. Some of it is found in water, some from different plants, as well as different ores from other stars in different stages of destruction. They then convert the lead substances they have assembled into this soft metal, and treat it with other chemicals to make it hard. Then it undergoes another process, which they are not allowed to disclose, in order to make the metal suitable for beam ships. The final product is an alloy, which is basically a copper, nickel, silver alloy, and also contains gold for certain beam ships. We could not produce the same alloy on Earth, since not all of the ingredients are available here. For the most part, the available elements, like our table of elements, is the same throughout the universe, so you can find the same metals wherever there are planets and stars that support them. We have most of the elements on Earth that exist, but not all. Even though we could produce the alloy from our known metals, it would not be the same. We must first develop space travel in order to get to outer space and find some of the components in stars or asteroids or giant gas planets where very rare metals of greater density exist. Some of the technology to make the metal of a beam ship will be discovered in the giant gas planets of Jupiter and Saturn. You can't steal a beam ship, it dissolves. A special form of intelligence is put into the cell structure of the metal that the Pleadian beam ships are made of. This is done for the protection of the craft in case it is stolen. Once the beam ship is separated from its owner, a special coating in the metal causes it to begin to dissolve and break down. This was demonstrated by furnishing a small piece of metal from the ship to Billy. He took it home and placed it on a kitchen table to see what would happen. Within 24 hours of being removed from the ship, the metal had deteriorated into dust. Stealing a beam ship would be almost impossible anyway, since the onboard computers are organic and capable of highly intelligent thought. They operate with a very high state of artificial intelligence that not only performs most of the tasks on board the ship, but will protect the pilot when outside the ship. The concept of computer chips and wiring that are used on Earth for our modern-day computers has been vastly improved upon by the Pleiadians to a state of organically grown intelligence that can communicate, think, and run the processes of the ship. If this concept seems hard to believe, then reflect for a moment on the idea that only 100 years ago we were crossing America in covered wagons and riding on horseback. Imagine how much we will advance over the next 1,000 years. Gravity. Gravity is of electromagnetic nature, with two unitary but contrary forces. It works to attract as well as to repel, and is connected to the mass of any substance itself. The Earth creates the coherent, and the second factor is itself the generation and use of what we call gravity. Gravity and electromagnetism exist at the same time and appear as attraction and repulsion. One of the contributing factors for the development of gravity is the warmth of the planet and the cold of the cosmos, the solid center of the planet and the atmosphere. These factors are important for the development of the gravity and the force of anti-gravity, which varies at different points on Earth. Telemeter ships. The Pleiadians have small reconnaissance ships called telemeter ships, which are used to gather information about us or whatever planet they are circling at the time. Most of these ships are unmanned and range from 9 feet in diameter to small basketball-sized devices. They are normally controlled by radio-type signals that are broadcast from their underground complex. Some of the telemeter ships also have an on-board intelligence and can pilot themselves and make decisions on their own. All of the little reconnaissance ships can be directed and influenced by telepathy. The 9-foot version has room for one passenger and can be flown manually if need be. The telemeter ships are used mostly to monitor all of our different languages, for this is a particularly interesting study for the Pleadians. They have recorded all of the language that have ever been spoken on planet Earth for many thousands of years, and they continue to monitor our thinking processes to better understand the logic of why we live the way we do. It is very puzzling to them, for instance, how we can live in such a corrupt and negative environment and yet do nothing about it. Communication on the ships is a process similar to our radio, but the signals travel in a different manner. The signals are attached to faster-than-light particles called tachyons and are projected through null time, so they arrive at their destinations instantly. In this way, messages and signals can be sent across vast distances of space and be received instantly. Beam me up, Scotty! We have all watched Star Trek as the captain and crew are beamed down to a planet below from a transporter room. A very similar process is used to bring people up into the beam ship. Special matter converters on board the ship can break the matter of the body down into fine matter and then reassemble it inside the ship. In the case of Billy's contacts, the beam ship would usually position itself over his head, perhaps as high as 3,000 feet, and then within an instant he would find himself standing inside the pit of the ship. There is no discomfort or feeling of any kind. It is also possible to lift someone up into the ship by using an anti-gravity type of device in which they are very slowly raised up through the air. The wedding cake ship. In 1981, the Pleiadians were working with a new technology and had designed a special kind of ship that operated on a different scientific principle than their old ones. It was designed with a special drive system that did not necessitate speeding up to tremendous speeds to make the hyperspace jump possible, like in the little beam ships, but instead could make the jumps while almost standing still. Because of its unusual design, it has often been called the wedding cake ship, for it is round and has a ring of small metal balls around the ship, giving it the appearance of a decorated wedding cake. A race of people who are friendly with the Pleiadians, called the Timmers, had discovered long ago that within the three-dimensional part of the galaxy there exist certain corridors or canals where material particles cannot exist or go. These canals were out of normal space and time and could not be entered at slow speeds. Once the technology was worked out on how to find the canals and enter them, the ship could move within that galaxy and re-enter the material realm at almost any point within the same galaxy, and very little time at all would have passed. The way it looked in the material dimension was that the ship would simply blink out as it entered these null-time canals, and seemingly blink back in when it exited. The canals only exist within a galaxy, limiting the distance of time jumps, for there is a field of energy that forms around each individual galaxy that is used to facilitate this process, and this doesn't work in the free space between galaxies. This means that unlike a beam ship, which has to move 94 million miles out into space before moving into hyperspace, their new wedding cake type of craft could simply dematerialize and move itself into one of these canals and jump to where it wanted to go, a much faster process that appears almost magical. This new process was just being learned by the Pleiadians, who understood very little about it, but could at least build and operate the drive systems that had been designed for them by the Timmers. The technology had been used to build a very large mothership, but this was the first time it had been tried in a smaller vehicle. The test ship appears in the photos taken by Billy to be smaller than the normal beam ship. From my knowledge of the surroundings where the photos were taken, I would estimate that the ship was only about 12 to 15 feet in diameter. Billy only saw the ship on one occasion, but was allowed to take photos and a movie film of this experimental ship back in 1981. This was the last time he ever saw the wedding cake ship, and those were the last photos taken of any Pleadian craft. The mothership. The technology for the wedding cake ship was downsized from the design for the largest and newest spacecraft built by the Pleadians. A product of information provided by the Timbers, this large Galaxy-class ship measures 17,182 meters, 17 kilometers, almost 10 miles, in diameter. It was assembled in space in zero gravity and is not designed to be used in any planetary atmosphere. It represents a major breakthrough for the Pleiadians, for it is the first ship of its kind that can bridge the gap between universes. On Earth, we would term this giant spacecraft a mothership. The main part of the ship looks like a large egg standing on end, while on the bottom there are three smaller round sections that are interconnected by huge braces. The three smaller sections have another brace extending out of the top and hooking onto the main part of the egg ship above them. One of the round objects provides a hatch or hangar where visitors can store their smaller craft while they are on board the huge mothership. This is a completely self-contained planet capable of providing a home for more than 140,000 people who live on board. Most of these people enjoy living in space and very seldom return to their home planet. Everything is provided for here, including a large area constructed to duplicate the outside conditions found on a planet, such as gardens, lakes, a small mountain, so that the inhabitants can commune with nature any time they wish. Living quarters, schools, manufacturing facilities, virtually everything that is needed to sustain life is on board, for the great ship has been designed to be a complete, self-sustaining, living vehicle. Since the population is so large, they designed huge airways that connect the different parts of the craft in order to move people around. These airways run inside of the huge braces that hook the three smaller sections of the ship to the main body. This allows passengers to easily move from one area of the ship to another, being 17 kilometers long. The largest airway extends all of the way up the middle of the main part of the egg-shaped craft. This giant open airway allows access to any level of the ship on small floating platforms that are used to move people up and down the airways and make it easy to get around. The air inside of the great mothership contains not only a higher content of oxygen than on Earth, but other elements have also been added that reduce the need for sleep and keep the occupants awake longer naturally. It is very similar to the atmosphere on the Pleiadian home planets. Along with the air, another consideration is food, of course. Just like on the surface world, the crew of this giant ship eats a very light diet of vegetables and fruits. They have engineered the food so that by simply munching on small amounts of these specially grown fruits and vegetables, they can also further reduce their need for sleep to as little as usually 4 hours per day, while hunger can be calmed for as long as 90 hours if they wish. The command center for the great mothership is located at the top of the main body of the ship and is where everything is controlled. Here, hundreds of Pleiadians and androids assist in the control of the ship. The androids are created organically by their scientists to do specific tasks. They do not have a soul or spirit as humans do, but are programmed with a tremendous intelligence to do certain functions. Most of the functions of running the mothership is done by androids, since they are very well suited for this kind of work. They can stay alive for long periods of time, they are completely disease-free, and they can be programmed for any kind of work, personality, and character, which can also be changed with the flick of a switch. They are used extensively all throughout the Pleadian society to handle most of the manual labor and technical work, because they can be programmed with very advanced intelligence. The androids do not contain computers as we know them, but their brains would be an extension of the idea of a computer and are organically made from human material grown by scientists. For spiritual reasons, the Pleiadians do not believe in the idea of cloning, so they have instead advanced the concept of a computer into this level of living technology. You can see right through the ceiling of the command center. Even though it is solid, you can see the stars overhead as if you were standing outside. They have a way of projecting some kind of radiation beam at the ceiling so that you can see through it, causing it to appear invisible. This way, everyone working at the command center can see exactly where they are and where they're going, not to mention that the view is rather spectacular. Visitors from many parts of the universe come together on this great mothership, so communication could have been a problem without the special language converters that everyone wears. They can read your mind and pick up on your thoughts just before you speak. It then creates the words you need to say in the language you have selected and causes you to speak in that language. When you normally learn a language, you need to practice for weeks or months or years and build your vocabulary and learn all the grammar. The converter already knows all languages in the Milky Way galaxy, so it only has to know what you want to say. Then it feeds your mind the knowledge of the language you have selected, and you can speak it. Time travel. Being the latest in technology, the great ship can move in time, something that is not possible for the smaller beam ships. As explained earlier, the older beam ships break into hyperspace to move through vast distances in space. However, hyperspace can be utilized in different ways. When the small beam ship breaks into hyperspace, this is a form of time travel where time and space become paralyzed, as it were. A better way of saying it might be saying that time and space push against each other, causing a complete standstill of time and space. Just at that moment, timelessness and spacelessness are passed by at immeasurable speeds in a fraction of a second without any shift in time or motion in the real world. In effect, this is time travel in stagnant time, whereas the beam ship appears at its destination at the same moment it leaves its starting point. For a brief part of a second, it actually exists at its destination and its starting point at the same instant. This process is nothing more than a technically generated dematerialization and rematerialization process, where no time passes because of shifting or distortion. You could say that this is time travel without actually any time passing. In a common time travel into the future, time and space are simply paralyzed and no time passes in the material realm. Yet to move in the timeless and cause time to pass in the real world, other factors are necessary. When this is done, time is not paralyzed and there is a shift in the timeless. The ship and its passengers will move forward into the future, skipping through time that cannot be reclaimed. If it were possible to monitor this event on your watch, you would see that for every 5 seconds that pass in normal space, you would move 1 second forward into the timeless. This is made possible by regulating the time difference between dematerialization and rematerialization by the speed effect. For only in the timeless zone itself can the shift in time be controlled. The timeless can be broken down into a tremendous number of intervals, which is beyond the complete understanding of even the Pleiadians, but they do know enough about it to manipulate it. For instance, a single second in the timeless is equal to millions of years in normal 3D space. This means that if the ship would penetrate into the timeless and slow down or stop, they would move so far back in time that they would never again see their home planet. Just the process of remaining for a few seconds with lower speed in the timeless would cause many billions of years to pass on Earth, and could possibly even have disintegrated into dust, while the occupants of the ship would appear normal, only a few seconds older. This may seem incredibly fantastic, but it's true. Even the brightest Pleiadian scientists do not fully understand all of the complexities of time and space, and are still puzzled by many inconceivable details to us. They have solved some of the problems and secrets of time and space, but continue to work towards a better understanding. The knowledge and necessary understanding of the technology for passing through the universe has been discovered, but they too are only at the first stages of development in these areas and have much to learn. Their current level of science, though, does allow for the possibility for travelers to step into the timeless and experience eternity for a little while. The future is not a fixed thing, but merely a projection of events based on the present. Touching eternity. During the jumps in hyperspace, a certain amount of time actually passes in this fine matter dimension. This makes it possible for the Pleiadians to actually hold themselves for a period of time in hyperspace. And while they are out of their material bodies, they make a spiritual bonding with an entity and can return to normal space with full cognition and memory of the event. At one time or another, almost all of the members of the crew have experienced this, and they have their own truth about the existence of cosmic creation consciousness and the wonders of spirit that are contained within it. In order to touch eternity, several minutes in the timeless zone are necessary to make a spiritual connection that would provide a meaningful experience. This will require that time and space be paralyzed while the Pleiadians purposely hold back the rematerialization of the ship for 7 minutes, while moving in the timeless for only a millionth of a part of 1 second. Because of the difference in speed of time between hyperspace and the 3D world we live in, the clock in our normal time will advance by 5 minutes, which is equal to 35 minutes. One other unusual occurrence that will take place for the crew of the ship is that instead of getting older by 35 minutes, they actually experience getting younger by 28 minutes. This is because, as the ship is in the process of making the leap, it will be held in a state of dematerialization for a period of 7 minutes, while not moving in time. So everyone aboard will all have aged 7 minutes. The ability to hold the ship in a dematerialized state for 7 minutes occurs because of the very advanced technology which can control the speed effect and keep the ship from slipping into the timeless. Meanwhile, in the normal world, the clock is moving 5 times faster, so this means, of course, that on Earth 35 minutes will have gone by, on their watches, while only 7 minutes will have gone by on board the ship. So in effect, the aging process has been slowed down by 28 minutes, and the crew have become younger, relatively. Here on Earth, we're still wondering about cosmic creation consciousness and what spiritual effect it may have on us. If we were allowed to travel on board the guest craft of the Pleadians while they were holding themselves outside of time to touch the eternal force of creation, we would, for the first time in our brief lives, feel the real truth of cosmic creation consciousness and be filled with the understanding of the great eternity that controls all things. Once out of our material bodies and into the timeless, our spirits can sense our connection with creation. By being able to stay there for several minutes, we would slowly become aware of the love and knowledge. This is the spiritual force that runs the universe in which we live. Here in cosmic creation consciousness is the absolute force and truth of all life, a calm, peaceful, and deeply serene feelings of love and togetherness we are all a part of. Here we can sense our connection to cosmic creation consciousness and know we are spiritual beings that are an integral part of everything that is happening. For just a few minutes, we would only be our spiritual selves, without a body, feeling the power and enlightenment of the greatest force that exists. There could be no better way to understand who we are and the meaning of our lives than to be in touch with cosmic creation consciousness directly as a soul. A visit from the Pleiades. One night, about midnight, after I had been at the Star Center in Switzerland for about 6 weeks, I was walking down the road towards the house and I noticed one of the FIGU members standing out front. He motioned to me to come over and watch the sky. It was a beautiful night, high in the hills of Switzerland. The sky was clear with 1,000,000 stars painted against a black canvas. He didn't speak English very well, but he motioned for me to stand and watch the sky where he was pointing. He pointed to his watch for me to wait a few minutes, I guess, which I did. Soon he raised his hand and pointed towards the eastern sky. I shifted my view to where he was pointing, and there it was, rising up from the horizon, a streak of white light moving incredibly fast. It climbed up steadily and then leveled off and began to race across the night sky in front of us. Appearing as a steady stream of white light, the object was moving considerably faster than anything else I had ever seen. It was similar to a shooting star, but rising up instead of falling. Then it took a slight turn and kind of bent right up into the sky and began to blend in with the stars. I was just standing there in amazement when my skywatching partner turned to me and said, "Quetzal." That was the name of one of the Pleiadian pilots who frequently visited Billy. He was apparently leaving the underground base that the Pleiadians still have in Switzerland, and who knows where he was going. I had just seen my first IFO, Identified Flying Object. Now it was true for me too. How the universe was created. That summer was turning out to be an even greater experience for me than I had ever hoped for. I was able to spend a lot of time with Billy and came to better understand this man who had been in touch with human life from other worlds. We would stay up late at night together watching the stars and just talking around the kitchen table. I was a night owl too, so it worked out really well for both of us. He liked to talk and seemed tireless when it came to discussing humanity's role in the universe. Our conversations would usually end up in the kitchen, which was my favorite spot for listening. Billy was very comfortable there, as it was the center of activity for the whole farm, and had a real homey and friendly feel to it. The kitchen was not very big, certainly not spacious enough for the 15 people living there. One end of the room had a doorway leading to the outside and a window over the sink with a view overlooking the valley below. The other end of the room had a couple of shelves containing a small radio with pieces of paper piled on top of it, expressly kept there so that the people could take notes whenever they had time to sit down and talk to Billy. I usually had my own notebook with me, but in most cases I found myself going for the notepaper on top of the radio just like everyone else, because you never knew when Billy might be in the mood to talk. I had just finished painting the garage one afternoon and was in the kitchen cleaning my hands. Billy was sitting alone at the table, having a cup of his favorite coffee. It was times like this that I could get some questions answered, so I asked him about the shape of the universe and what it looked like. He seemed to be in the mood to talk, so I grabbed some of the paper off the radio and started taking notes. Pleadian science. To most of us, the universe is some large unknown area full of galaxies, star clusters, black holes, and light years of endless space. We have no concept for how big the universe might be, or its shape, or how it started. Sure, modern science talks of a Big Bang, which seems to make sense, only very little is actually understood about it, and most of us would agree that there is some kind of God force or creational energy that must be responsible for all life as we know it. While science is busy trying to unlock the logic of the material universe, our spiritual leaders are trying to better understand the role of cosmic creation consciousness energy. Seldom do these two schools of thought agree or understand each other, but eventually they must come to a common understanding. For the material world and the spiritual world are both of the universe that was created by the Creator. In order to better understand how our universe came about, let's start with the basis of understanding the Pleadian science. They have not only been able to travel outside of time to explore the very beginnings of our physical universe, but have traveled beyond its barriers and learned from other races far more advanced than themselves about the infinite evolutionary process of cosmic creational consciousness. Our universe is inside of a much larger realm of cosmic creational energy that the Pleiadians call the Absolutum. There are 10 to the 49th power, that's 10 with 49 zeros, number of universes in this large and mostly incomprehensible realm of spiritual energy. The Pleiadians have only been able to experience traveling in one other universe so far, but they have some understanding that each universe seems to be slightly different in size and development, yet are similar in shape. It is believed that the Absolutum is within an even greater creational force itself, but nothing could possibly be understood by physical minds about that. The spiritual energy of the Absolutum is called creation. A creation, remember, does not exist in material form. It is an intelligence in a form commonly called spirit. It is a non-material life form made up of spiritual energy of all of the life forms that exist within it. This large body of creational energy, called the Absolutum, is a living life form itself and must continually evolve. Evolution is learning. The process of thinking, creates energy that forms into logical sequences of thought and creates knowledge. As knowledge becomes more complex, it turns into wisdom learned through experience. It is this wisdom learned from experience that creates spiritual growth. In order for spiritual energy to evolve, it must create material life forms that develop energy through their own thoughts, engaged in their own experiences. This means that the cosmic creational spiritual energy of the Absolutum knows that it must create physical life forms in order to continue its growth through evolution in infinity. These material life forms are called universes. Here's how the process works. First, the cosmic creational consciousness energy of the Absolutum has a thought to continue its growth by creating a new material universe. This thought is concentrated until it becomes a unique consciousness of its own. If we could see the energy of this small thought, we would discover that it is shaped like an egg. At this point, the small thought is floating in a large pool of spiritual energy in the Absolutum between the already existing universes that are already there. This small thought has contained within it the idea that it would like to create a physical universe. This little thought takes up no more room in the Absolutum than a microdot. The cosmic creational consciousness spiritual energy of the Absolutum is doing this so that it can continue to evolve, as everything that exists must do. It has taken a small part of itself and started a new creational spirit that will develop into a full material universe. For clarity, let's call the cosmic creational consciousness energy of the Absolutum the original creation. And the new thought that is the beginning of a new universe can be called a new creation, or simply creation, which Crispy calls cosmic creation consciousness. The spiral. After years, as it were, of thinking, the new creation is still a small thought that is reasoning and figuring out what it must do to grow. Since thought is energy in motion, a close examination would reveal that it is moving in a spiral formation. The spiral is a multidimensional pathway that directs the flow of energy of this small thought. This spiral pattern was naturally created by the original creation, cosmic creation consciousness, the Absolutum, when the thought was formed, and it will continue the flow of spiraling energy in the new creation forever. A multidimensional spiral pattern would be impossible to draw here in our 3D world. The spiral, part 2. The spiral pattern that energy follows is embedded in cosmic creation consciousness. It dictates the flow of energy that contains all spiritual knowledge of creation. The Sohar. The knowledge contained within our small new thought, our new creation, is oscillating along the path of the spiral in a pulsating fashion. It is growing in intelligence very slowly. After billions of years, the small egg-shaped energy spiral has evolved its understanding of how to continue its growth and then explodes into a bright light called a Sohar. Along with some help from original cosmic creation consciousness, the absolutum that started it, the tiny new creation has expanded to the size it needs to be in order to develop physicality. It has literally pushed its way into existence among the countless other universes surrounding it in the absolutum and taken over the area that it will need to develop its own new physical universe. There are no stars or material matter at this point yet, only spiritual fine matter that has the wisdom and the knowledge it has learned through billions of years of thinking, and a little help from the original cosmic creation consciousness, the absolutum, that started it all off. The bright little Sohar now appears between the many universes in the absolutum and has just contributed to the evolution of the original cosmic creation consciousness of the absolutum and the new creation of itself by virtue of its experience. The Sohar has taken its position and added itself to the 10 to the 49th power number of universes that currently exist here. Our new creation will always be a combination of spiritual energy and physical matter. But at this point, only the spiritual matter exists, for it is still evolving to the point where it understands how to actually create physicality. This is a slow process that takes approximately many trillions of years. But again, time does not technically exist for this new creation yet. Because the new creation is slowly gathering knowledge, which must be learned step by step. Never can a life form jump ahead in development, but must always learn everything through the slow process of experience. This is a fact that rules all life forms and all universes. You might say it's one of the first laws of creation. The Ur. Once the new creational spirit has reached this level of development, it receives a helping hand from the original cosmic creation consciousness, the absolutum, in the form of a special energy called the Ur. This is the first and primary spiritual force of the original cosmic creation consciousness, and it is responsible for creating timelessness. The Ur is a highly evolved spiritual force that is also capable of creating other spirit forms who will never become physical bodies. In this case, it provides the new creation with the ability to think in a more linear and physical manner. It also provides feelings, understanding, sense and reason, and the idea of what physical life actually is. The forming of the new material universe. This new universe, the new creation, now uses its new thinking and reasoning abilities to create space and time, two factors which begin to form the matrix of its own coming material universe. First, the new creation begins to create belts of energy which separate space and time into 7 different layers, or bands, or frequencies of spiritual energy. In appearance, this would look something like a tree trunk. The center of the new creation contains the highest evolution of energy and is labeled the absolutum. The second band is a slightly lower vibration or evolution of energy and is not quite as bright. The third and fourth bands are diminishing in force of energy and will serve different purposes in the continuing development of the new physical universe. The fifth band is the most important, for here's where the material part of the universe will take shape. Only in the fifth band will there be stars, planets, and all material forms of life. The remaining two bands are different forms of spiritual energy that play a part in the development of the material band and will always be of a spiritual nature, never containing any physical matter. It is the purpose of the new creation to develop the material band, which you can think of as a dimension, as part of its continuing evolution. The spiritual energy of the new creation, the new physical universe, can think and reason, and it has feelings. And in order to evolve, it must develop life forms which are capable of higher levels of consciousness. This is the purpose of the fifth dimension, or material belt, if you will. Between the fifth and sixth dimensional bands, there is a layer of creational energy called the changing belt, which is involved in converting energy from one form or one belt or one dimension to another. This sixth band is sometimes used for space flight, as time is different here, and great distances of time and space can be passed through in a matter of seconds. The seventh belt or band or dimension, which forms the outside layer of the new universe, serves the task of protection and keeps out the energies from any other universes. Since a universe is a material thing comprised of elements, based on the evolution of cosmic creation consciousness, based on the evolution of the great cosmic creation consciousness, the absolutum that formed them, all the physical matter from other universes exist at different levels of evolution and therefore may not be compatible with our new little universe. So the outer rim, the outer dimension, the outer push belt protects us, as well as providing a kind of skin which repulses the other universes. Creating matter. As the new creation continues to evolve, the spiritual energy becomes more complex and more intelligent. As it continues, the mass of that energy also increases. This is because thought is energy, and as thought becomes more complex, it increases in force, therefore creating an increase in density. The building blocks of solid components, the neutron, proton, and the electron, are generated by this new dense thought form. This creates the atoms of the chemical compounds, which then, in their aggregate forms, create the solid outer wrap, something our scientists actually understand. This means that original energy is absolute matter, and original matter is absolute energy. The entire universe consists of matter and energy. Coarse matter is solid matter. Fine matter is energy and or light and or wavicles. The evolution of matter. The original sohar of bright light that establishes the area where the material universe will develop contained only the idea to do so. But this idea of light contains intelligence, of course. This idea was only energy in a thought form. As thoughts continue, they form into consciousness, and consciousness forms into will. Will is then concentrated until it becomes dense enough to be called fluffy matter. Fluffy matter is energy in motion which oscillates according to the pattern of the multidimensional spiral before it becomes a gas. Here is where the blueprint for all elements starts. As fluffy matter continues to evolve, it forms the first gas, hydrogen. Now we have an element with a positive charge in the nucleus and a single electron around it. Matter has been formed. And matter is energy in motion that contains intelligence. Intelligence that contains the ongoing wisdom of the new creation that started it, and therefore the original cosmic creation consciousness, the absolutum. Eventually, it will be possible to create machines which convert matter to energy and vice versa. Matter is a sizable idea. All energies can be turned into solid matter. It is only necessary to concentrate energy very strongly and concentrate it very highly. This is done naturally and very slowly over trillions of years by each new creation. For from it came the idea that started the whole process. The force of cosmic creation consciousness, spirit, condenses and concentrates any idea into fine matter energy, and with more concentration it then squishes down into the coarse matter status, densifying itself. Thoughts are things. This is the process which will slowly evolve the spiritual energy of the fifth band into a material universe full of stars and planets and life forms. Each atom, by the way, breaks down to 7 levels of matter or energy that humanity has yet to even discover. Time begins. As the energy of the material band begins to evolve and becomes denser, the element of time provides motion. Time is an energy that moves in waves of pulses, which Crispy calls pulse waves connected to the Mayan calendar, which causes the rotation, the movement, and pulsation of coarse matter in the material belt. This happens before the energy has become gas and is in a state of concentration referred to as fluffy matter, lighter than even gas. This only happens in the material band or material dimension because time as we know it only exists there. As time speeds through the material band, it moves in a predetermined pattern set by the multidimensional spiral. This spiral provides a path which moves energy through multiple dimensions in a spiraling pattern. The Pleadians have discovered more than 22 different dimensions so far, and feel that there are many more. Each dimension differs in the kind of elements of matter which can exist there. Some dimensions have material time, as we know it, and others move at speeds far beyond ours, while others are infinitely slower. As time passes through the material belt, the fluffy matter will begin to rotate and pulsate according to the speed of the pulses of spiraling time. As evolution continues, the fluffy matter will slowly become the gas, which will make up the stars that form the systems we live in. Each planet exists within a solar system. Eventually, all planets will form to provide the way for higher life forms to be birthed. While this process of evolution is continuing, it is time which makes it all work. By controlling the speed of all of the subatomic particles that make up matter, the three-dimensional world that we live in, stars, planets, space, holds together and forms the appearance of a solid material world that we perceive. Without time, matter would be forming randomly and would never evolve into solid formations such as stars and planets. We perceive the world around us with our eyes and our ears and our nose and our tongue and our skin. And that tells us that things are solid and that they are moving at a particular speed or not moving at all, which we all call time. We generally think of time as the transition of one moment to the next moment, and we gauge it by a clock. Recently, we have been dividing it into smaller and smaller portions for our sports events. As all matter moves from one moment to the next, it appears smooth to us because we only see it and experience it with our physical senses. Under a microscope, we see that matter at its smallest level is really oscillating fields of wavicles of energy, and there's actually no physical thing there. What we don't see with our eye is that all matter is constantly in motion, perpetual motion that will last as long as the universe we are in is in existence, which won't be forever. Perpetual motion, then, is the most natural thing in the universe. Our senses of sight, touch, smell, hearing, and taste are just not capable of perceiving it. Phew! Moving in time. The pulse energy of time is moving through the three-dimensional world we live in, causing the smooth flow of particles which hold everything together. For instance, the moon is really a mass of particles that stays together because time is controlling it. But what if we disturbed the speed of the particles that comprise the moon? What would happen to it? Would it move out of time? First, remember that at the smallest level, the moon is just a mass of spinning particles. Each particle has 3 stages of oscillation. The first stage is the positive charge, the second is the zero state that has no charge, and the third state is the negative charge. Billions of times per second, the particle is oscillating between these 3 states. The particle is in material form during the positive state. As it moves into the zero null state, it is no longer material matter, but becomes antimatter or non-material. And in the negative state, it is once again matter. The speed at which it oscillates through these 3 stages is controlled by time, which is moving in waves of pulsed energy. You could call pulse waves from the epicenter of the omniverse. All of these particles of the moon, then, are oscillating at a constant speed, so they are all positive, then non-material, and then negative at the precise same instant. If all the particles are doing the same thing at the same time, they can be formed into something which appears solid. If the particles were all random, they would never form a solid object. Understanding this, let's say we develop a machine that can create time energy of our own, and this machine has a speed dial on it, so that we can cause the wave of pulses, the pulse waves of our time energy, to move at any speed we want. Now, let's aim it at the moon and turn it on. At first, the particles of the moon will move at the same speed as before, so we can still see the moon. Now, let's turn the speed dial on our time machine and bombard all the particles that make up the moon with our time energy, causing them to oscillate a little slower. As we continue to turn the speed dial and slow down the particles of the moon, it will start to fade away and blink on and off. It's starting to move out of time. It's no longer moving at the same rate as the particles in the rest of the 3D world, and appears to be falling behind. As we continue to turn the speed dial and slow down the particles that make up the moon will become invisible. We won't be able to see it with our eyes because they only perceive things in our normal pulse wave time. The moon has fallen out of time and is, in effect, time traveling back into the past. By the way, it won't come back unless we find some way to speed the moon's particles back up so they can catch up with us. Once something is thrown out of time through this method, it can't come back. Good thing it doesn't exist. Remember that time started trillions of years ago when the fluffy matter began to have motion in our universe. Since then, the matter of the universe began to move and rotate. You might say the clock of cosmic creation consciousness of our universe started, and all particles of the universe have been moving in time, in harmony, on the same pulse wave since then. The idea is that time has been going on in the physical universe in which we live for trillions of years. All of the particles of the physical reality in our universe are moving down a multi-dimensional spiraling path formed by the original cosmic creation consciousness, which birthed the idea to create our universe a really long time ago. If we were able to look closely at a small section of a spiral, we see our 3D world moving along at the speed set by the energy of our particular pulse wave of time. Each period of time is still there in particle form. The material world creates a highway of charged particles that can be traced all along the path of the spiral. Spiritual energy is not attached to the spiraling path of time, but it does flow along with it, as it were. Since we are spiritual beings, only our bodies are material, our spirits are not attached to the path, but can move up and down the path and move in time. This is Crispy chiming in again. Now, you may have heard me say this before, but please bear with me once again. Your soul is eternal. You are a holy hologram of cosmic creation consciousness, the absolutum. You are a divine spark of cosmic creation consciousness. You are a sacred fractal of cosmic creation consciousness, the absolutum. Your soul can pop into and out of any timeline it desires for the purpose of evolution. There is no such thing as a linear time to all of your past lives going in order. You are having simultaneous lives in all times of our planet, first of all, and then other planets, and let's just say it's all happening within the Milky Way galaxy, this tiny little galaxy with only a few 100 million planets and a few billion stars. Let's just pretend everything's all happening right here. And we're star seeds. Yeah. And we have a home planet. Yeah, let's pretend that's real too, okay? Cool. Now back to Randy. Imagine, if you will, a strip of film of a movie. Before the creation of digital film, whenever we watched a movie, the film was moving past our eyes at 24 frames each second. The film strip is similar to the material world that is on the path of the spiral. Your spiritual self, your soul, is like your eyes moving over it. A movie film is moving at 24 frames per second, and time is broken down into billions of frames per second. All of the particles that make up our known three-dimensional world of elements are oscillating at billions of times per second, creating the illusion of smooth, flowing, solid objects. The human soul is not part of the physical universe or time, but it is part of the fine matter dimension that does move along with it. And boy, oh boy, are we ever lucky that that's the case. Anything else would be unimaginable.